Christ for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, please. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Morning.
Most heavenly gracious Father, I thank you for this day. I ask that you would fill this room with your love, that you would anoint each one here from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet, that you would also bless our commissioners and our chairman and the work that is about to be done. Grant us wisdom, knowledge, understanding, patience, and endurance to hold more through this meeting. We pray for those that are on their way, and we pray for those that are no longer with us. We thank you for another day to praise you. Bless our meeting today. May it be fruitful, and we give this all to the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the courtyard by Marriott Kahului Airport, Haleakala Room 532 Keolani Place, Maui, Hawaii 96732. Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. And today's date is Monday, November 18th, 2024, and the time is
9:34.
9:34. Will we please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini should be joined. Oh, there he is. Sorry, 1 second. Commissioner Kalepa,
Present.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua,
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Ew.
Commissioner Nomuo will be joining us later. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
7, let me just get Commissioner Kalekini. Okay. Well, 7 members present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And with respect to the call to order, we'll do the approval of the agenda. Item F5 is deferred. We will start with a public testimony on agendized items and then run through the agenda as listed, starting with the consent agenda. The commission will recess at noon for lunch. And then tonight's community meeting will be at the King Kekauliki High School cafeteria at 121 Hula Highway, Pukalani, Hawaii 96768, and that will be starting at 6:30 p.m. Okay. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion.
Oh, okay, wait, 1 second, Chair.
You want to make amendments? Okay, before we, no, we're doing the agenda though.
We have an amendment to the agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay, the amendment to the agenda on item D4, it should say for the month of October 2024 instead of September. Okay, with that amended agenda, is someone make a motion to approve?
Motion.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, let's,
Second, a minute.
okay.
It's hidden.
What's going on there? Leah, did you have your cup of coffee? Okay, there you go. Okay. Are there any edits or amendments to the October 21st and 22nd, 2024 meeting minutes?
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis?
On page 2 of 36, the top line, just to correct the spelling of my name, Neves.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Any others?
So we can approve it.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
Second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, let's start with the public testimony on the agendized items. And again, these are testimony relative to the agendized items. You can either do it now or at the time we present the items. The first person, Noelani Peresa.
Can I test the mic real quick before the 3 minutes start? Hello? Aloha. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Aloha kakahiaka o Noelani Peresa ko uinoa no hoama pu ali komohana. Mahalo for this opportunity to speak and to provide testimony. Last year, the presentation was given to the commission to advocate for water access and long-term lease to the 127 acres in Kula, AKA the brown pasture previously occupied by Ohana Sakugawa for livestock grazing purposes. As of today, the water meter and access to water has not been installed nor agreed upon by the agency known as Department of Water Supply. This short slideshow provides some insight into the complexity of Maui's life source. Why? Slide 1, please. Eola kabaya kane. E heli kawawa no kia pilikia ma ihi ka pala ma eva he vai no kawai. He inoa no po ohina I kalua o pele Noelani Peresa.
No, 1 second. Looks like we're having.
We can start in slide 2 whenever you have it ready. This one, I'm sorry. Yes, okay. Slide 2 expresses the fiduciary duty of Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Department of Water Supply, and other agencies. Next slide, please. Slides 3, this is slide 3, and the next slide identify the responsibility of the agencies to return the control of Maui's water system to the people, also known as state and county agencies. Slide 5 and 6. Sorry, guys.
We're sorry.
You want me to run it? You want me to run it?
It's coming out of the wall.
Oh.
It's their system. Keeps messing up.
Okay. According to the 1973 Memorandum of Understanding, at the end of the term of this agreement or sooner termination as provided herein, EMI shall surrender the collection and conveying facilities presently existing on the property together with any and all improvements or additional facilities EMI may have installed to BWS in good condition, operational order. This slide shares the Hawaii Revised Statutes that covers ethical possibilities of potential for conflict of interest. The next slide shares from BLNR Chair Dong Chang. The BLNR, comprised of dedicated volunteers from each island, has consistently applied appropriate Hawaii administrative rules and state statutes in its decision-making. Kuleana no Keia Hui o DHHL. To help fulfill these responsibilities, DHHL has distinct water rights based on the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, the Hawaii State Constitution, Hawaii Revised Statutes, and the Attorney General's opinion in court cases. So slide 8 includes additional documentation relating to this presentation, including but not limiting to the initial 1936 agreement between EMI and the territory of Hawaii, which should no longer be valid. I'm asking that this documentation be reviewed and that the Board of Water Supply 2019 survey performed recommending that the state return control of water to the people and out of private control. Financing may be provided by the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of $20.4 million to the state that could be used for water resource return projects. Mahalo.
No, I'll you know, if you want to testify later, once we get this thing fixed,
Colin,
you're welcome to do it.
So right now I'm taking 5 classes along with serving my people. So my expedited bachelor's degree in public and justice administration takes priority to
Oh, okay.
waiting. I apologize. Mahalo for
We
your time today,
apologize.
guys.
Thank you.
Please look at the documents when you have time, please.
We will. I'm
Mahalo.
familiar with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Eola kawai kane.
Okay, the next witness, Daniel Ornelas.
Good morning,
Morning.
Chair Watson, Commissioner Kalepa, and fellow commissioners. My name is Daniel Ornelas. I'm a homesteader at the Waiuko Homestead, and Kalani Tasso, homesteader at Paukukalo, is passing out what I believe you guys have a copy of my testimony. So he's passing it out to the people as well. So I'm not going to read it verbatim, but basically I am asking the commission to reconsider item C2. C2, in its essence, is to take money that has already been approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission in December of 2023, $60 million to be specific, away from the Wai'ehu Mauka project and allocate it to a project on Oahu referred to as the Kunia, Royal Kunia Phase 2, or the Haseko project is a common term that I hear or read about. And a brief history of what that is: 655 acres was set aside or reclassified from important ag lands on Oahu to urban with conditions by the Land Use Commission back in 1996. 1996. So today, Haseko sold or owns 211 of those 655 acres, which they're asking the Hawaiian Homes Commission to buy. And the City County of Honolulu recently, as early as August of 2022, issued one permit for building development for 324 cluster housing units, not single family, but cluster. And then in my timeline, I itemized back in 2023, under agenda item E3, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved the $93 million. $12 million went to the purchase of the lands at Wai'ehu, and the rest was going to go for development. And then today, you're going to read about E1 from the Land Development Division in today's agenda, still showing the Wai'ehu project ongoing, the EA's PAO, and the design for on and offsite infrastructure is on its way. However, C2 is going to ask you folks to take money away from that project and send it to Honolulu. $44 million out of that $60 million is just for acquisition. Acquisition, and I believe, why is 211 acres worth $44 million and the 232 acres on Oahu, Maui in Wai'ehu was only 12 million? That's 75% more. And I am assuming that the valuation is based on these urbanized classifications that this land has been able to work with the Land Use Commission to obtain. However, there's conditions. One of the conditions that 150 acres that was given to the Department of Ag for ag infrastructure and production, Haseko was supposed to do the offsite infrastructure improvements, road, utilities, everything, to make that work. 30 years, nothing. The urban development, market and affordable, that the Land Use Commission required Haseko to develop, zero. The land is still raw. So I just don't understand why you can take money away from Maui to acquire land at a high rate when there may be unknowns. What is our obligation to the Land Use Commission to complete the terms and conditions of this decision and order, which encumbers the land title? Do we, Hawaiian Homes, has to pay for the Department of Ag's offsite infrastructure improvements, which the private investor was required to do? I don't know. And I would think the Hawaiian Homes Commission would want to know that before you make a decision. Simple as that. So in conclusion, I just like to pose some questions that came to my mind that you guys should know before you make a decision on C2. Will DHHL need to comply with all 25 conditions of the land use decision and order back in 1996? How will compliance or non-compliance with the LUC decision and order affect our development and timing at Cuneo?
3 children. I think she's.
3, how is the cost of 12.2, I mentioned this earlier, how is the cost of $12 million for 230 acres on Maui, ag land raw, and it's 44 million on Oahu, ag land raw? I don't understand. Why is there such a rush to pivot? You know, we had decisions by the Hawaiian Homes Commission as late as December of 2023, and this is November of 2024. You know, less than a year, we changing $60 million change. We already spent 12 million in Wailuku, and I believe there's another 20 million that still needs to be spent down after the 60 million is taken out. And then finally, you know, Haseko and its predecessors, you know, they've been on this project for 30 years, from 1996, and they haven't done a dime in regards to affordable housing and improvements for important agricultural lands. What makes Hawaiian Homes thinks they can do it in 2 years? Because that's the projection. 211 acres. In 2 years, they can do over 300 homes, pushing for 1,200. That's what's in the C2. 1,200 on 211 acres, that means you're going vertical. Guarantee you're doing just apartments. Is that what the people want or need? I don't know. I thought it was Hawaiian home land, it's not home houses. So again, I asked the commission to defer item C2, and I pray that you folks receive the information to make prudent decisions. Mahalo for your time, and I thank you guys.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Okay, the next testifier, Kalani Tasso.
On tomorrow's agenda for you.
Oh, okay. 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 Adrian here.
Hello, commissioners and guests. I am Adrian Napua Alakia, testifying on the agendized items D2 and D7. By way of introduction, I am a Waiʻohuli homesteader, retired Kamehameha preschool educator, and I also serve on the board of directors with the Upcountry Maui organization, Pa'upena Community Development Corporation. Regarding the agendized item D2, approval of consent to mortgage. I'm seeking a modest VA loan in order to pave my steep driveway, gravel driveway. And concerning the agendized item D7, approval of amendment of leasehold interest. My DHHL leasehold is being amended, and they're saying it's going to take at least 3 months. What I'm trying to do is try to get this done before 2025, because the VA loan interest rates will go up. My concerns seem very minute to everyone else, but I just had to testify to that. Mahalo nui loa for the opportunity to testify, and hopefully for your approval on these matters.
Thank you, Adrian. Let's see, the next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, sir. Happy holidays. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can't see you though.
Yeah. Yeah, that throws me off. Anyway, I'm asking this morning on item D1B, which is the Homestead Services Division. I'm looking to get the delinquency report matrix corrected On this matrix, it shows Kauai High residential lots as 192. That means the department does not recognize the 22 homes in the Makai subdivision where the industrial lots are, and the 3 lots, residential lots across the harbor. I know I brought it up last month, but the matrix still is there, same number, nothing happened. And those are the same numbers that come up in the regional plan. And that plan is going to be for the next 20 years. So I'm hoping the department will change these numbers and reflect Kauai High correctly. I don't know how I'm going to find out one answer because nobody communicates with me. And since I'm on that subject, I'd like to correct the industrial lots in Kauai High. General lease number 275, which is the Millennium Carbon Company. The department apparently collects $168,000 annually from a company that was bankrupt about 15 years ago. So I'm asking to clarify that because I think we're losing money. We had a big thing going with this company. It didn't come through because they went bankrupt. But anyway, the second general lease is number 205A, which is the Deleuze Trucking Company. And so we're looking at $47,015.88 annually to a company that not there. And so when Kauai High asks for help for water line or our water issue, the first thing they tell us is no more money. So I'm wondering if keeping these wrong information on the books is part of the problem. And Chair, I'd like to see that corrected, maybe by the next agenda, because this matrix shows up every month for the commissioners to read. Thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you, Jojo. The next testifier, Bo Kahui.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I trying to put my video on. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Chairman Watson and members of the commission. Thank you for having me. I'm commenting on item C2 after review of the chart of items listed for all the islands statewide, Hawaii Island. Specifically, we speak about item listed item number 1, villages of Laiapua, in which it also includes funding from Act 279. There is an additional funds that is required for the development of Village 1 and 2, and so my hope is that the department or other or the state would come in and assist us with that. I think there was an agreement with NAN Inc. In which 1 million allocation of funds from in which NAN Inc. had donated 18 acres within a 725 acre mixed use development near Kona Airport. This is by Palamanui, the university here in West Hawaii, as well as our families. So personally, I'm in support supported that. I realized that and reallocated funds from Act 279 to this project, and given the fact that there is a substantial water allocation with this project with NAN Inc. and Palamanui Development, I'm in full support of that. I have no other comment. Thank you so much for your time.
Next testifier, Alohalani Smith.
Okay, aloha kako,
Aloha.
aloha lahui. Yeah, my name is Alohalani Smith and I'm a waitlister. I strongly oppose and stand in unity with Maui on the agenda item C2, Act 279, permitted interaction groups recommendations for reallocating 92 million from long-term and non-critical projects, prioritizing the acquisition of Kunia by allocating 60 million for its purchase and allocating the remaining 32 million for critical due diligence. Now, I feel that the commissioners isn't equipped enough with the necessary tools and knowledge to prematurely make a decision that will badly affect Maui. According to Act 279, it's providing us these funds as a priority. We will never have this opportunity for expediting homes. So a good example is Wai'ehu Mauka, removing the 58 million from this shovel-ready project for the acquisition of Kunia in Oahu is wrong. Kunia isn't even shovel-ready itself. And then you guys know that Maui is suffering. A little emotional, but at the critical level, and it's a domino effect. It's not just the Lahaina people. It stems all over the island. Suicide is high here on Maui. Depression is real. Stress on the level higher than anybody has known in the history. And does this purchase make, and do you folks have an appraisal? I mean, we haven't seen anything. And this is the high valued land, and we want the land. We don't want to live in honeycombs. Okay, you guys, we want land. That's where the people belong. So this is a high priority. But also regarding the Kamalani project, I testified against this project earlier this year, and it's because for a century, HCNS and then Monsanto use illegal and harsh chemicals in the soil. And the soil and the contaminants are airborne in the harsh Kulakai winds. And when we had the cane ashes, it went all over central Maui. That's how far it can go, right? Then it's the flood zone. Oh my gosh, you guys. Where the water will go, it'll contaminate and spread and saturate from soil to the ocean. So this is causing harm to the beneficiaries. So in fact, have you folks tested the soil on the land? Because I would like to see proof of how clean it is, and that if this ohanas start to move onto the land and then after, we want to know the difference. For the record, if you folks buy the land and our fellow beneficiaries move in, there shouldn't be a clause in the mortgage contract with the developer and DHHL, waiving beneficiaries' rights for probable cause of contamination, developing cancer, or other health issues stemming from this environment. I live in Kihei and I had body rash, and the throat comes irritated. It affects us even then and still today. So a single test of even DNA from the hair, your own hair, can tell you before they move in, you take the test, and when you give them 5-10 years, see what the difference going to be. It's real. But anyway, I just want to say, please vote no to this motion. And mahalo for your time on this matter, because it does affect us, our lives today, tomorrow, and for the future. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Sorry, I was emotional.
Thank you.
I also, I also wanted to do F3 real fast. It's a short one, but I strongly oppose that one because of the did our beneficiary have consultation for this ROE with Hawaiian Town? Because I don't know of it. And it would be nice for us to know. I mean, I live in Kaupo, right next to where it's coming on the Pi'ilani Highway. I live along the Pi'ilani Highway as well. And so I just want to bring that out that, you know, give us consultation, our rights to that if you guys haven't, because I don't remember. But anyway, thank you. That's another one. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Aloha.
Last call for public testimony. If not, first agenda item is a consent agenda. Juan Garcia, approval of consent agenda.
Good morning, Chairman Watson, members of the commission. Good to be with you all again this morning. Aloha to all in attendance. Again, for the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator, and we have 11 items for your approval this morning. D2 to D12.
Okay, any questions on any of the items under the consent agenda specifically? If not, entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Okay. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Commissioner Kalekini, I didn't see your hand, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick question for Juan on item D4. It's the to approve the certification of the applicants, and
This would be October.
I was just curious on the date, the application date on the far right column 1. Is that the date that our beneficiary submitted their application, and then now today we've got the necessary information to consider that the NHQ is what it needs to be? Is that what that date for?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for that question. As the commission knows, the department had approximately 900 applicants whose NHQ, although accepted years ago, it was discovered years ago that we did not have the adequate documentation to substantiate, to verify that beneficiary's blood quantum to be 50%. In our database system, these applicants were determined to be pending. Homestead Services Division's applications branch has been duly tasked to audit these 900 situations to make certain that these beneficiaries are contacted and to require or ask them to provide the necessary documentation so that we can determine them to be 50. Last month, we came before you, again, approving 16 P applicants that were determined to be in fact 50% after having received documentation. This month, we're also bringing 16 of those applicants as well. So we're clearing up the P applicants to make certain that as the department proceed with additional homestead awards, that these individuals have that opportunity for a lot opportunity or a lease opportunity. So again, thank you, Commissioner. That is in fact the application date that those respective applicants will be with the appropriate wait list.
Okay, I appreciate that one. And then just a follow-up then. So once NHQ is confirmed, does that mean that the application date is what is determined for that beneficiary on the wait list?
That is correct. So once commission, this body approves item D4, that'll be the status of the respective applicants.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Nevis?
Just clarification. So So on page 2 of D4, on the top list, we show people with dates of 1962,
Right.
63, 72. So those are actually from that list, that pending list. Is that
Right.
correct?
That is correct.
And how many more do we have on that pending list? Do you know?
We would have roughly about little over 800.
Yeah, and that's important to try to clear that as soon as possible because they're missing out on opportunities and I know you're doing.
We are
good
doing the
job.
best we can with the
Yes.
staff that we currently have.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, let me also add that, we've been working with the Department of Health, getting access to a lot of the documents that are key in making that determination. So that's kind of moving along. We've met with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. They've scanned a whole bunch of documents in the department, from the Department of Health, and we're working to get access to those. We're also working with some of the groups at the University of Hawaii, genealogists, to assist us. And then in addition to that, we're also trying to upgrade our Salesforce. So a lot of these documents can be accessed not only here on this island, but the outer islands. So we're really trying to, and we're also working with in-house staff. So this is a real important issue, clearing up those pending applications, because you're right, we are moving forward on a lot of awards, and I don't want these individuals to miss out. But to be quite frank too, there are a lot that clearly aren't qualified, but they should be informed too.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on? any
And
other
if I
items?
may, Chairman, I just want to assure Antikia that once commission approved items D2 and D7, all of the necessary documentation will be processed so that she can hopefully process the loan, the VA loan, by the end of this year.
Awesome. I move to accept, Chair.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you all.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Okay, the next item, C1, approval of the 2025 Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting schedule.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
So I'd ask to have the
You might be.
oh, sorry. I'd like to ask that we have the Kauai meeting that's on the schedule for March to be moved to May.
So
Be more in line with our Hanapepe awards and presentation at that time.
Okay. This is a revised one. Okay, I think March. Yeah, you wanted to move it to March, right? Or you want to move it? to
Move
when?
it to May, please.
Or to May, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to make that amendment, Kauai will flip it and do the Kauai High to March. In other words, flip the two.
Yeah.
You displace one and take the place of it. Okay, that's fine. Any objections?
So, it's good. Or
Yeah, okay. Okay, otherwise you two guys gotta go outside and work. on it.
You got to fight.
Okay, with that amendment, is there a motion to approve the?
I move to
agenda?
accept.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, the next item is C2, approval of the Act 279 Permitted Interaction Group Report and recommendations, the strategic plan update. Kalani Front?
Aloha Chair Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. For the record, this presentation is made by myself, Kalani Frond, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division. Along with me for any questions is Shireen Tam and Ray Khanna from the Office of the Chair. On behalf of the Permitted Interaction Group, mahalo for this opportunity to present our recommendations concerning Agenda Item C2, report and recommendations from the Act 279 Acquisition Permitted Interaction Group. Our work is guided by the commitment to advance the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's mission and address the critical housing needs of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. With this kuleana, we have evaluated the department's current projects and resources under Act 279 and provide this plan to strategically realign priorities for maximum impact. We respectfully request your approval of the following recommendations. Relocate 92 mil from long-term and non-critical projects to high-priority developments that are near-term ready. Prioritize the acquisition of Kunia, allocating 60 million to secure this opportunity, which promises 1,200 residential lots and a significant reduction of the Oahu residential waitlist. Allocate 32 million for critical due diligence planning and development expenses to ensure ongoing success in Leali'i, Kaupea, Eva Beach, and Lihue. Act 279 has provided the department with unprecedented resources to reduce the wait list. However, with finite funds and a growing need for immediate housing, the permitted interaction group identified an opportunity to accelerate progress through resource allocation and prioritization of readiness. Our evaluation focused on identifying projects that could yield the greatest near-term benefits while ensuring the long-term viability of the department's broader development goals. So there is a number of different projects that are noted here in the submittal. Reallocation of funds, 92 million from projects identified as long-term or non-critical, 58.6 mil from Waiahu Mauka, 1 million from Ku'upapaiko, facing acquisition delays due to legislative concerns, 7 million from Palamanui where alternate funding sources exist, 1 million from East Kapolei 2A supported by other funding mechanisms, 24.2 mil from Wailua Mill Camp, where a nearby state-owned property offers a cost-effective alternative. These funds will be reallocated to initiatives that are near-term ready, maximizing the impact of the available resources. Acquisition of Kunia is a high-impact opportunity that the department should prioritize with 60 million. This purchase would unlock the potential for 1,200 residential lots, significantly addressing the Oahu waitlists of over 11,000 individuals. Project's readiness and scale over a transformative solution for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. The remaining 32 mil is recommended for essential activities to support key initiatives. This includes 2 million for due diligence across development projects, 1 million for legal expenses, 20 million to address challenges in Lahaina related to blue rock material and equipment needs, 2 million for Kaupea site work readiness, 5 million for planning efforts at Eva Beach, where single-family lots are nearing readiness, 2 million for studies and surveys to support infrastructure collaboration in Lihue. This funding ensures that critical projects continue to progress smoothly, avoid delays, and maximize efficiency. The permitted interaction group's recommendations represent a strategic shift to prioritize high-value near-term developments while addressing foundational needs for long-term success. Your approval of these recommendations will empower DHHL to act decisively, accelerating progress and reaffirming our collective commitment to fulfilling Prince Kuhio's vision for Native Hawaiians. In closing, the department is also securing funds with various state and county agencies. For example, the County of Maui has created a tax mechanism that the department has benefited from for infrastructure for all of our different various county projects. Mahalo nui for your consideration, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Did you want to show the PowerPoint?
Yes. This will go into detail on the various projects that are identified in the proposal, in the submittal itself. Next slide, please. So I've gone through, shared with you the projects that it is drawing funding from, and in the green section, it's the funding for the projects that are ready for it to be considered, for a total of 92 million. Could you go back again one more time? In our discussion, so in Waiahu Mauka, actually, you can go to the next slide. So in Waiahu Mauka, in our discussion with the developer, there is substantial work that needs to be done. However, with the remaining 38 million that's there, they are able to move forward on some of the items that is required at this time. Next slide, please. This one, we had mentioned that because of some of the legislative concerns and some of the acquisition delays, we are removing this from the project list. As mentioned, Palamanui, we have alternative funding sources that exist that we are pursuing, such as Nahasda funds. East Kapolei 2A, supported by other funding mechanisms that we've been able to secure with various agencies. The 24.2, in this area, there is a state-owned property that offers a more cost-effective alternative adjacent to this. And these items that are coming up next are the areas that we are looking to consider. And this is the 60 million for the acquisition and some work that's being considered for Kunia Phase 1. Some of it will go towards a preliminary development agreement. In our discussion with the developer, there was some added costs that they wanted to be able to address. And so since these areas are ready for development shortly after Puhona, we are working with the developer to move some of those funds from Waiahu Mauka to Leali'i. Kalpea, there are some work, as I had mentioned earlier, and things that we are discussing and considering. And this is an area of a beach, former NOAA site where single-family lots are nearing readiness. There's some planning efforts that are being considered in this area and planning expenses that are required. Next item. And then here we have some studies and surveys that was needed to support infrastructure collaboration with the county as well as various state agencies. And with that, if I could open it up, if you have any questions at this time, we would have more than happy to answer them.
Yeah, commissioners? Any question? Oh, Mike, Kalekini?
Yeah, mahalo, Kalani. Just a quick question. So I looked through the charts and on the presentation, but my question is, with the current situation, are we okay with encumbering and spending the 600 million? You know, there was a time frame that we had to do this by. What is the status of that with the 600 million? Where were we at?
So we had approved by the legislature for what's called a lapse fix, which allowed for us couple of years after the due date of June 30th, 2024. So that was approved. And so we've been given that opportunity for us to continue to encumber and spend a couple of years after that due date.
All right, that's good news. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I'm going to open it to the public. Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a question in terms of
Commissioner Sonoy.
the timeline for the reallocation. So if we're looking at the recommendation one, reallocate 92 million from long-term and non-critical projects. If we look at the projects that you're proposing, what is that timeline for the Haseko property? And then my second question is, how do you break down the 1,200 units for residential lots?
I'm going to refer that question to Ray from OCH, and he will be able to answer that.
With Rural Kania, the plan is, we plan on closing on the property sometime between 6 months to 11 months from today. Okay? It's predicated on completing certain tasks that the developer or the current owner has to resolve. But on the short end, it's 6 months. On the long end, it's 11. Once we have closed, based on all the permits that the previous developer has done, am hopeful that we can start building the first house 18 months later. Based on current infrastructure, we're allowed to build 500 units now. The remainder is subject to completing other infrastructure obligations with the county, and we're in discussions with the various county agencies where they will assist us, hopefully, to reduce the cost of the infrastructure. One of the reasons why other developers have been unsuccessful in developing this parcel is the huge burden of infrastructure it had. We're fortunate in being Hawaiian homelands, and some of those things we can get far more cooperation from the other agencies. And to some degree, they've already orally agreed, and we're trying to put that into writing eventually once we execute. But even in the worst case scenario, okay, the offsite infrastructure comes to about $100,000 per unit, which is still cheaper than many of our other projects, which is why this is actually a preferred unit, preferred simply because of the large number of units that we have. The first 500 units that we can build will probably take us a number of years, okay? This particular parcel assures a pipeline of housing for Hawaiian homelands, in my mind, for at least 10 to 12 years. They'll be constantly building along the way. In addition to that, okay, one of the things that the chair is very hopeful of is there are other opportunities that are directly adjacent to this parcel, okay? We can't talk about some of them, but definitely, clearly the Robinson Estates has a huge parcel of several thousand acres adjacent. Some of which we may be able to negotiate to acquire, but in my mind, there's at least 1,000 acres that can be acquired for additional Hawaiian homelands, which is in direct conjunction and is supported by the infrastructure that this project will create the backbone for. So it is not just the current opportunity, but the future opportunities for Hawaiian homelands that I think that this creates. Because the Robinson parcels are all in ag, and they would have difficulty developing that, but Hawaiian homelands would not have that difficulty. So, and the key is it has to have access to infrastructure, which this parcel will provide. So anyway, in conjunction, the schedule is, you know, I'm hopeful in the worst case scenario that 30 months from now, you'll see the construction of the first home. And the chair is very much committed to coming up with, you know, project leases, which literally, in my mind, okay, in less than 30 months, we can start issuing, okay, for at least the 500 units, if not more. So, you know, I think this is a very, very, you know, tangible chunk that we're going to cut out of the Oahu list if we're successful moving this forward. Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioner?
I just have one of the remarks is when we take a look at reallocating monies and monies that are far into the future, that the best use of our funds, given that we were given an extension to encumber by the ledge. Can you expand on the Wai'ehu Mauka and the impact on that? Because I think that when you take a look at the long run and how we're trying to make sure that we take care of as much as possible, would you, and I know later on we're going to talk about Maui updates, but I think this is a good time to just talk about Wai'ehu and what we have in store.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, yesterday was a very good day to really understand the projects that we are doing on Maui and the investments that are being made throughout the various parts of Maui, West Maui, Central, et cetera, and South. And we had an opportunity to visit some of the projects that are ready to go right now with Puhona, an opportunity that's coming up shortly after that with the Leali'i, and then Wailuku single family, and then Kamalani. And they're in the discussion with the developer. He did mention that there's quite a bit of work that's being done. At the same time, there is also collaboration that we are doing and timing and scheduling with various agencies. For the example, there's work that's being done by DOT. There's also work that's being done by county. And some of these schedules, we're looking at collaborating and scheduling the Waihu Mauka along the same time that DOT is working on some of their expansion. And so that was really key for us because that allows for us to be able to leverage not only the scheduling, but also the cost that goes into those types of projects. We will continue to pursue the amount that we had promised in the Act 279 for Waihu Mauka. Nothing's changed on that. We will continue to work with the developer to deliver those. You're welcome.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis?
So I have some concerns, excuse me, check, we good? I have concerns about the way Waihu Mauka project being pulling that money from Waihu project, that project. My concern is that was on the original strategic plan, which I was a member of. And we've already purchased the property. To pull that money and put it in the Kunia project, I think Mr. Analis earlier mentioned some things that we're not aware of the obligations of the original owners of that project. So my concern is I don't believe we should be pulling that money from that project. I think that should stay with that project. We should move along. And my concern on the Kunia project is that we don't have all the information. This commission does not have all the details on that purchase to decide whether we should be moving forward. I know you've made all the comments. There's no paperwork here that tells me what the current obligations are and what the infrastructure cost is going to be. So I get concerned when we talk about moving funds on a project that currently was approved by this commission and is survived 2 revisions, or actually 1 revision. So I'm concerned about that. Also, I have concerns about the project. See which one it is. That's the project that we went on our Huakai yesterday. It was the project in Kihei. I have concerns about us putting our beneficiaries in an area adjacent to the old Monsanto property, which has now changed names, but it doesn't change the problems that we had with that originally. I'm not from Maui, but I'm concerned about all of our beneficiaries. You know, I had a conversation this morning with one of our beneficiaries from Keikaha. And Keikaha schedule, phase 4 in Keikaha was built on a dump site. And I talked to the Harold Vindina, who is the past president for Keikaha Homeowners Association. And he moved in 2010. In 2011, he discovered that we were on a dump site. It took him 11 years to get the department to actually do something. So my concern moving forward, and let me tell you that they're told by the department, don't do an emu. That's 49 homes in this area. I didn't know this. I just found this out this morning because I knew he had some problems with his property. So, and understand, Kauai, we have people from Nihau who don't complain because that's not their culture. They were brought up to just follow the master.
Or who's the master?
The other 48 homes, there's been no help for them. So Harold has his home. He had it taken care of. They remediated. He still can't grow grass. But to tell Hawaiians that now you cannot put in emu puts us in that's not our culture. Sorry. I cannot quick root my paw in the ground. I'm in trouble. I've lost part of my culture. So I get concerned when we talk about, well, it meets the requirements under the state and made that comment yesterday in our Huakai. That's fine. But you know what? Now we're going to put in a settling pond. We're going to take We're gonna take dirt from the settling pond and fill this area because it's a flood zone. And I get concerned, you know, you have a lot of stuff. I've dealt with this when I was in San Francisco Airport with all the environmental issues we had. It's still in the ground. If you're gonna take that dirt and now put homes on that dirt, we're gonna have problems. I am not in favor of putting our Hawaiian in a situation where it's okay. No, it's not okay. I am opposed to that project. I don't think we should be doing that. You know, we're not mice to test and say it's gonna be okay. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. We need to drop that project. I think it's wasted money. No wonder the land's cheap.
Okay.
You know, there's a reason for that. I don't see a lot of people standing in line to buy that. So I'm concerned about that. I'm opposed to that. And I think the Waihu project needs to continue. Maui needs that. I know Oahu needs a lot too, but I see that project in Cuneo running into a lot of problems. We don't know the infrastructure costs. I get concerned when we say, okay, we want to buy this and so on and so forth. We're going to work with this, we're going to work with that. Those are a lot of questions. When you go buy a car, you don't want to say, yeah, it works okay. Yeah, don't worry about the tires. We got new tires and we're working with somebody else over here. I get concerned when we do that. We talk about stuff like this. We need concrete information for this commission to make a decision going forward. And I don't know if the PIG got the right information going forward. I asked in the prior, when we first set up the PIG, that they be given the 2020 survey, because the 2020 survey, although someone says, well, it's old, this and that, that was our edict from the ledge. You need to use this survey, and based on that survey, that's how we move forward. This act turned into is noted as the Wait List Reduction Act. How many people have we taken off the wait list to date? Why are we taking encumbered funds and unencumbering funds? I don't even know if you can even do that. I'm not sure. I worked for the state, but I didn't buy property. But my understanding is encumbered funds, it's encumbered for that project. You have to use it for that project. If you an unencumbered fund goes back to the general fund, then you have to that's my understanding, but I'm not a procurement. So anyway, that's my position on some of these projects. I'm a little concerned that again, no disrespect to my fellow commissioners, but the two new commissioners on that PIG don't have the knowledge and understanding of where this commission is going forward and our responsibility. And no disrespect to Lawrence or to Archie, but you know, you're put in a difficult situation and you're doing the best you can, but I oppose to the way this was set up. And again, when I received this document from in my package, I got a document that the second page on the chart is upside down. First of all, trying to read the chart it's like a puzzle, okay? Try to get this over here and this over here and this over here. It just didn't make any sense to me. You know, if you want us to vote on something, you know, when I take all this stuff seriously, you know, all of the beneficiaries are my responsibility, as everyone on this commission should understand. But if I don't have the right information, I can't make a decision. And currently with this proposal, I don't have all the information. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kalepa?
I just wanna, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
The Waioko Mauka project, when, I'm listening to, why we wanna, move some of these funds for the long term. And it's based on not being able to work on the infrastructure for the road with DOT, that might take a little longer. I think we gotta revisit that conversation with Ed Sniffen and his people because as a Maui commissioner and as a commissioner to the state of Hawaii, but as the Maui commissioner, it is part of my responsibility to make sure that projects that are already on the table, that are so close to getting started, that my obligation is to make sure that we can work towards making that happen. And Kalani, you know, we did visit Waiuhu, Mauka. That is a much needed project. And if the highway or the reallocation of the highway or improving that highway is a reason to move funds from that project to the Kunia funds, that's not acceptable. I really, really would like us to revisit the DOT and see if we can push that forward to help this project move along. And, you know, this is, as a new commissioner, and thank you, Commissioner Neves, for stating that, because it has been really, really hard for us as new commissioners, for myself, to really, really be in tune and in touch. I know we're trying our best, but something like this, I have to raise my hand and say that, and every island, I expect every island to represent their place and do its best for their island. I do know that we need this project to happen. And if it's going to be just a road that's slowing this project down, I think that can be revisited to make this project stay within the short term and not the long term, that we can get this done. So, thank you.
Chair, can I make another comment, please?
Sure, right.
You know, being a member of the initial Act 279 PIG, we met 5 times. And we gave briefings to commission on stuff like this, where we asked for detail, we got more detail, then we can make a educated decision on how we move forward. So trying to fast track this, I think is a bad idea. I think we need to revisit a lot of these things so we can make have the right amount of information to make a good decision. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, go on.
Commissioner Kalepa, I just wanted to mention that one of the reasons why we feel pretty secure on this for Waiuhu Mauka is because we know that there are funds that the county is providing us with the GE tax that's set aside for the department. And we've already collected or have accrued up to about 22 million. Some of that is going to West Maui, but there's another 60 mil that's coming forward in regards to this tax that's being collected. So it's not like there's nothing that's going to be there. And there is, it's sitting for a while because there's a lot of work that still needs to be done on the infrastructure in regards to Waiuhu Mauka. The others, the infrastructure is moving along. It's already ready to move, whereas there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in Waiuhu Mauka. That's the reason why some of it is sitting. It's not only because of some of the adjacent projects that are out there. So just wanted to kind of comment on and share that with you. Thank you.
Any other question, Commissioner Freitas?
Questions, last comment. You know, we talk about moving funds around, deferring projects. It's a tough decision to make, and it gets highly emotional, especially what the people in Maui have been through. Commissioner Neves talked about the information and allowing us to make an educated decision on these tough questions that we were tasked to do. I think that's something that we need to look at. Do we possibly need to come back and acquire more information to make that hard decision? Also, to touch on some issues where shovel ready, that term shovel ready is kind of thrown around a lot. There's different levels, I think, of shovel ready. It comes down to different interpretations of that terminology. If we're holding any project due to city and county infrastructure, like Commissioner Kalepa said, maybe we can have dialogue on that. Maybe explain to me too the difference in shovel ready between Waiuhu Mauka now as opposed to Kunia now. I understand the long-term benefits of investing in Kunia now and what could happen in the future. I also, have respect what you said about future funds coming to come into our grasp that we can allocate towards to the Maui, but we got to kind of go with the information's here and now. You know, it's a tough decision. It's an emotional decision. And for me personally, I'm just not gonna speak for anybody else at this table, but I need to have all the facts, maybe even more information so that all of my fellow commissioners feel comfortable. And we're gonna have to make tough decisions. We're here and it's not easy, but I'd like to at least have all the information so my fellow commissioners can, you know, whatever they decide, can walk home and look in the mirror and feel good about themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear what everybody's saying, and I'd have to agree. Maybe we don't have enough information because, there are, sort of like how we, on two other projects earlier, we got federal funding, so we're able to bring those projects back. This particular project, we're not getting rid of it. We're just cutting down some of the funding so as to, we're still going to move forward on the project. The timing is a little bit based on what Everett was saying. That's the last on his list of projects he's doing. But I do agree that, there are other funds that are going to come to the fore. And so I think we need to kind of clear that up and get more concrete information so we can present that to you folks. So it's not like, this funds are disappearing and we got no replacement funds. On the contrary, we do have replacement funds. We have a county council that's been very, very supportive. Part of their GET revenues that were authorized to them, 30% of that is going to be coming to us for infrastructure. There's also the CDBG-D funding that Kalani mentioned quite a bit that they're getting also. So we are working with them. We don't have a done deal other than the passage of that ordinance giving us some GET. So I think it'd be appropriate that we will get more information for you guys so that you feel comfortable that, and we're definitely not abandoning Wai'ehu Mauka. In fact, that this is the 5th phase of 4 phases we've already done. And it's a beautiful area. And, I remember when I was a commissioner 20-something years ago, when we did the 1st phase, then we did the 2nd phase, and Everett came to me and said, well, why don't we go to get these adjacent lands? And that was the first time we ever did that. Non-DHHL lands, bringing it into our inventory, and we kept on going. And so this is like the 5th phase. So, and in this one, we're looking at over 300 units. So it's an exciting time, but I think all the concerns that have been expressed by the commissioners, they are appropriate. So I think we need to, defer this, get more information, at least as to this project and the transfer, which is a significant part. So we should just defer the whole thing and then get more information, come back to you guys. Then also work with the PIG, the same PIG, because, Archie, you were part of the that PIG. So let's go get more information for you guys so that you can make a more informed decision. Okay?
Thank you.
Chair, would you like me to respond to the question about the shovel ready?
That's okay. That's okay, right? Thank you. Okay, I don't know, we got how many witnesses? We're going to defer this. So all the people that have signed up to testify, you still want to testify, that's fine, but we are deferring this. So you might want to save your breath and agree about us on other things or whatever.
Chair,
Commissioner.
I actually would like to hear
Okay,
people's concerns. This is Maui's time.
okay, sounds good. Okay, the first one is Janice Herrick. Oh, okay, Kahuna, sorry. Oh, what happened to Herrick?
You called Janice and she came with us.
Oh, okay, okay, we can go with you first, Janice. Hey, Kahuna, you're number 1. Now,
Aloha, Chairman.
Aloha.
And board members. Thank you so much for your time and effort. Okay. Okay. Sorry. My name is Janice Naomi.
Oh.
Hoiwa'a Koa Pekahuna. I'm doing a testimonial on my leasee, and I recognize the advocate and agendalize the items of C2, approval of Act 279 Permitted Interaction Group PIG Report and Recommendation. Strategy plans to update it. I attended Thursday's Maui Lani Mokupuni Council on Zoom. And my understanding that the PIG is recommending to redirect the 92 million in part of buying and developing Kunia land for 58.8 million. May I suggest that the Act 279 strategy plan be updated to also redirect funds to restore, renovate, and update vacant lots, homes. And at my Papakalo homestead, which is the old homestead in 1963, for reawarding to some among the more than 24,000 residential waiting listers. In addition to buying and developing new homelands, let's address dozens of vacant homesteads, houses on Oahu and all islands. Fundings could do such remodeling as roof repair, replacement, updated bathrooms, paint inside and out, and install ramps and other retrofit to make the homes accessible to kupunas as well as desirable by new lessees. Moreover, the abandoned vacant lots. Now, at Papakalo, which is a sore eye, is the old one. We do have a lot of vacant lots, homes that has been there. We have so many people, there's been 2,000 plus on the waiting list. Why don't we have these homes be given already instead of you spending money on cleaning up the property lots? And there is a couple of lots, I think it's Kawananako Street, that you guys had remodeled one of the homes. But there is two or three more lots, and one of them is right next door to mine, which is in Pohala Street. They need to be given to these people already, be awarded. It's been over the one next door, it's been over 5 years plus that had that kahakakao that was going on. Enough already. It's time to give them to the people instead of doing the protocols of whatever the thing was supposed to be done. Every time you guys always say, oh, we have to go through the protocol of on the waiting list and find out the family or whatever. It depends on the circumstances, but we do have a lot of homes on Maui that has been abandoned. We need to move forward and get rid of them and give them to the people on this waiting list already. Thank you so much for your time and effort. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Let me just say that we have assigned and brought on several individuals to focus in on the scattered, especially the abandoned, as well as the lots that are in our inventory. And we are moving forward on distributing those, just so you know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next one, Janice Herrick.
They're not twins, but we're gonna come together.
It's stereo then, huh?
Oh, shoot, sorry. Aloha mai kako, Chair, Commissioners.
Oh,
Owai po ino Gracie. Noho mai au Papakalo Hawaiian Homes.
Aloha mai. Wau koinoa, I'm not really good at this. Wau koinoa Janice Herrick. Noho mai au aina ho'opulapula nan Pakukalo me mokopuni o Maui. As a beneficiary and lessee, as well as a member of a fledgling 501c3 Makana no Kaya Ulu. Sorry, okay. So as a beneficiary and lessee, as well as a member of our fledgling Makana no Kaya Ulu nonprofit, I joined in unity with Maui to oppose, and I'm glad you guys are going to defer that, C2, this agenda item for the following reasons, and we respectfully ask some questions.
So one of the questions is why? Why is DHHL re-encumbering funds for property acquisition? Are these new projects shovel ready? That's something that we've already been meeting out earlier. So that's just put to Commissioner and to the chair.
And will the movement of funding fulfill the priority of Act 279, which is to reduce the wait list? Oh, sorry. We didn't practice, we didn't rehearse, so that's why.
You can practice now.
Okay, practice. Oh, we were practicing on you guys. Okay.
You guys are doing great.
We're concerned about the taking of the monies from Waihu Malka, as so many of you had mentioned, to acquire Kunia. Not only because it's a Maui project and we're really concerned for the waitlisters on Maui, but also because this is where people want to be. This is where people want to live. And I think I mentioned that yesterday. It's where most of the people who are waitlisters on Maui want to be, in central Maui. I understand that there is also a need on Oahu for residential lots, and I just don't see that this will be this. You can develop that many lots, 1,200 lots in a short period of time. I understand the infrastructure might be an easier thing with collaboration, but it's still something that really concerns us.
And as we end this, Kalamai, as we end our testimony to our island commissioner, Commissioner Kalepa Ho'olohe, to the lessees, to the beneficiaries of what we are saying about C2. So to vote no to this motion. Maikai, mahalo. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. You guys should go on the road, but. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there we go. Randy Wall.
Aloha Chair, Commissioners, Commission Secretary, good morning. I am relieved and glad that this matter is deferred. But I did spend, as well as others, several days and many hours going through this submittal. So some of what I would like to read into the record, some of what concerns me as well as others. So I am testifying as a beneficiary on the ag wait list for Maui. And I came to speak today in opposition of C2, which seeks to reallocate $92 million of Act 279 funds for land acquisition and due diligence. If we go back in time, Act 279 was established so that $600 million appropriated by the Hawaii State Legislature could be used by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to reduce the list. I want to say that money belongs to our beneficiaries, not the department, the chair, or the commission. Your kuleana is to manage it on behalf of our beneficiary, Ohana. And it should be managed in much the same way that you would manage your own account, your own checking book for your own family. The manner in which this is unfolding concerns me. And this is not intended to disparage anyone, but is to provide perspective. The first Act 279 permitted interaction group was established in May of 2022. It was comprised of 3 seasoned commissioners, Chairman Ayla, and critical staff with a wealth of institutional knowledge. They met 5 times over a period of 4 months and provided several briefings to the commission.
By contrast, the recommendations coming from the current PIG has met once, has included 2 new commissioners with little or no experience on legislative process, procurement, developer contracts, etc., to deliberate on these very complex issues. This process weakens rather than strengthens, serving in the best interest of our Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. I want to emphasize, this is not to disparage our new commissioners. This is not an indictment. They are saying yes as a result of a request coming to them from the chair. So the result is we have a document that lacks sufficient detail, contains numerous discrepancies, is confusing, and contains erroneous information. Enacting item C2 with commission authorization, in my opinion, constitutes a breach of the commission's fiduciary duties in implementing the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Wai'ehumauka. It is a shovel-ready project comprised of prime and highly desirable lands by our beneficiaries. It's considered shovel-ready project that has gone through a rigorous procurement process. Contracts have been signed and funds encumbered to deliver 343 homes and 55 half-acre ag lots on beautiful land for our people. The action that was proposed today removes $58 million from Wai'ehumauka to purchase land in Kunia for $60 million with no identifiable source of repayment. This subjects Wai'ehumauka to indefinite uncertainty and serves to delay rather than accelerate awards as intended by Act 279 that serves in the best interest of our Maui beneficiary waitlisters. In addition, Kuhia is identified as a high return project that has the potential to create 1,200 lots, possibly within 1 to 2 years. This is virtually impossible. And how was that determined? There's no explanation in this document that substantiates the claim. In addition, how did the PIG arrive at a purchase price of $60 million when there is no appraisal report attached to the submittal? Question. We have 2 former Haseko people on administrative staff. Does this not create, at minimum, the perception of a conflict of interest? Question. Is the land that is being proposed for purchase designated urban by the State Land Use Commission and zoned residential? If so, why are we paying a premium for zoned property when we have our own zoning authority? $2 million is set aside as part of the purchase price to engage in due diligence. The way this is supposed to work is you do your due diligence before you purchase the land. The cost to purchase the land, this is important. The cost to purchase land is much cheaper than the cost to develop the land. It costs multiple tens of millions of dollars more to put infrastructure on vacant land. That said, item C2 does not identify sufficient funding sources to develop infrastructure and meet the necessary procurement requirements to deliver 1,200 homes, 1,200 within 1 to 2 years. This creates a false expectation for our Oahu beneficiaries. Under the current proposal, development will likely become unfeasible. The land will likely sit idle for an indefinite period, thereby hindering rather than accelerating the issuance of leases to our Oahu beneficiaries on both ends of the spectrum, on Maui as well as Oahu. This proposal inflicts harm. The other question is, how do you unencumber funds that already went through a very rigorous process called procurement that goes through many layers of oversight before contract awards actually occur? Additional question, and I could be wrong, but this is the result of a submittal that raises more questions than provides answers. It appears that the numbers that have landed on this budget sheet may come from a pot of money that already has a lapse date. If so, by unencumbering these funds, what might happen is the funds you have removed will go back into the general fund, which means you have to go compete with the rest of the state to get it back. It is not likely that our legislators would look kindly upon that situation. There is a special fund with $129 million in it that was set aside for these kinds of purposes. But I don't see that here on this document. And so, again, it's a question. I don't know the answer, but I'm posing the question. Now, before this item was deferred, I do want to say, this was the line in the sand for me. This was a bridge too far, because this is an extension of a process that continues to unfold that is flawed, that is missing critical information, and decisions are being rendered in ways that are harmful to our people. Our beneficiaries can no longer walk away from these hearings feeling unheard and dispirited. I am not going to read into the record what my next response is going to be because this item is deferred. That's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Aloha. Hey, Kainoa, McDonald.
Actually, I'm going to not speak. I think Uncle Randy spoke more than we all could imagine. But what I will say is, in such a time as this, you have to look deeper. You have to ask questions that are not being answered here. And to beneficiaries, this has to stop. The constant deferring, the constant waiting, it has to stop. So thank you.
Ivalani McBride.
Aloha.
Ivalani McBride.
Can you hear me, commissioners and chair? Okay, aloha. Let's start my video. Aloha, commissioners. Thank you. I want to speak on C2, and I thank you all for deferring it. I am Evalani Lebon McBrayer. I am the president of Cowpale Homestead, and I just wanted to speak on C2 because in part of it, one of the things that you guys wanted to do was the monies that would include Cowpale Homestead. And what I wanted to speak to the commissioner, especially to our Oahu commissioners, is, you know, as looking at this, you know, we see that the original funds and the previous funds for this project is not encumbered. And what concerns me and my board and my community is that when we spoke to the previous administration on the design, planning, and construction, that included a community center and park.
Right.
And now that what we're seeing is that that's not included. And I ask you that this deferral was important because the Hawaiian Homes Commissioner spoke and they said they needed to get more clarity and info to make upon a decision. But what I want to stress is just as important for our people, our board, and our community, that we need to make upon a decision with the department. And then on every step of this Cowpale 2 project, within the HBA, our homestead board, and our community, that we meet with the department and have a beneficiary consultation on this. Because if you continue to do it without us, you take away what the act is all about, our self-governance and our self-determination. No more gathering place. And funds are encumbered and not encumbered. So I hope that I speak. Thank you to former Commissioner Randy Awo. We spoke on the Oahu, Maui, Lanai, Mokapuni, and this is something that we are watching. And I asked my Oahu commissioners that we will reach out to you because we are watching this. And we are going to be the biggest homesteads in the state of Kapolei. And there's 8 villages. Cowpale is the 8 villages. And with 8 villages like Mililani, there's a community center in every community. But to deny us this process is to deny us our self-governance and our self-determination to gather as a people. So thank you for deferring, and I hope at the next meeting we can meet prior Oahu commissioners and to allow us, the Cowpale board, to have more input with this current administration. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. The next testifier, Pat Kavaiola.
Hello, my co-chairman, and let me try to start the video. I'm sorry. Hello, my chairman Watson and members of the commission. My name is Patrick Kahawaiala. I'm a native Hawaiian as defined under the Act, and someone who is clearly, first of all, thank you for even, I haven't seen the vote, but it's about a deferral that's going to happen. But I just need to remind the commissioners, and we've got a bunch of great commissioners that are also new commissioners. And in May 2022, when the first pig was activated on Act 279, the beneficiaries, the intent of 279 clearly needed to be made clear that everyone understand. That intent was to remove people off of the wait list and help them acquire home ownership. That is the intent of 279. The movement of monies around, and I want the commission to understand your obligation is to me and every beneficiary that's applied a waitlist beneficiary waiting. That's who your obligation is to. You don't have an obligation to the chair. You do not have an obligation to the state of Hawaii. You have an obligation to the beneficiary. And that has been confirmed in the Nelson case. The Nelson case clearly said you cannot serve 2 masters. Judge Castenghetti's ruling that says you cannot serve 2 masters. So your powers are kupaya naha. You have awesome powers.
but you cannot get distracted. And I would also want to say, when there were words such as vertical, deviation in the beginning of this thing back in 2022 at the first strategic planning. We need to understand, or you need to understand, you that hold that power in your hands, you commissioners, that it is the beneficiaries. With due respect to those who believe this is a Maui issue, this is a Kauai issue, this is a Hawaii Island issue. No, it is our trust land issues. We've got 203,000 acres. What happened on Maui can hurt us on Oahu. So please, commissioners, understand. I thank you for the deferral, but we need to get some heads together, because I can sit here all day and tell you about, we have the 169,000 acres on this land. Almost 3/4 of the land that's in our inventory sits on this island. So we need commissioners to understand, if there's something happening on your island, by all means, you have the power, but look at each other. And in this case, this deferral is necessary. So I thank you a lot for allowing me the opportunity to just raise that perspective. You cannot serve two masters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Steve. What's the next one? Okay, the next agenda item, F1, approval of annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversion to revocable permits, Maui and Lanai Island.
Chair, I'd like to say something before I move on.
Okay, sure, the Commissioner. That's all.
Yes, in regards to C2, I'd like to say, no disrespect to our commissioners and no disrespect to the beneficiaries, but as a new commissioner, I feel like I just got slapped in the head by the people who came up here. And as a new commissioner, I don't feel right in what I heard. And I want to let you guys know that as a commissioner from Molokai, when I get slapped in the head, it feels like my dad said, "Wake up, boy. What the hell are you doing?" And this is the way I feel right now. And I don't like this feeling. Even though we deferred it, I think we got to come up. And I was on this pig, and I don't like being on a pig, not knowing the information to begin with. Okay, and that's what I have to say. And that's no disrespect on the commissioners. I mean, I just didn't know what I was getting into to meet like that and talk about uncovering funds. And hopefully, as I serve the beneficiaries, I want to do what is right. And right now, I feel like forgive my language, but dumbass. That's what I feel like right now. And my dad would slap me in the head and "Wake up, boy." Okay? And I apologize to everybody for me being on that pig and not knowing what was going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So, okay.
Hello and good morning, Commissioners. Kahana Alvini, acting manager with Income Properties Division with Land Management, representing Linda Chin as the acting administrator, presenting the submittals. Land Management, again, we have 4 submittals. We postponed or deferred F5, just for the record. Item number F1, LMD is seeking the approval to amend approval to annual renewal of right of entry permits and conversion to revocable permits on Maui and Lanai Islands. Again, the recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the following actions as listed on your submitter under A, B, C, and D.
Okay, any questions on this?
Sure.
Commissioner Nefes?
Yes, it kind of looks like all of the right of entries are actually beneficiaries.
Correct.
Well, that's 100% in my favor. Thank you very much. And there'll be no increase in the rents?
No.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions?
No.
Not, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
I apologize. We also have Shelley Carrera, land agent Maui and Molokai. So, you guys got any questions on the submittal agenda item? She was the one that prepared these items. Second item, F2. Land management is recommending motion action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the second amendment to right of entry permit number 717 issued to the state of Hawaii Department of Land and Natural Resources for an additional 12-month period to continue conducting access deer population control activities on a portion of Hawaiian homelands located in Waiahuli, Maui Island, under the TMK listed there. Approval of the First Amendment is subject but not limited to the following conditions as listed in your submittal item.
Okay, any questions, comments on this item? If not, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Item number F3, land management recommends the motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant is approved to issue a right of entry permit to Hawaiian Telecom Inc., covering 4 separate areas at the subject tax map key as identified and described below for the purpose of staging and storing construction equipment and materials related to its Hana Fiber Middle Mile Backbone project. Approval of this right of entry permit is subject but not limited to the following conditions as listed in your submittal below. It's kind of a large submittal. If anybody has any questions, Shelley is here to answer regarding this submittal.
Any questions? We do have. Go ahead.
Oh, do you have
Commissioner?
public testimony?
Yeah, public. But you can answer first.
Yeah, I just,
questions first.
just sort of, if you just give us a general, what this is for, I think I understand, but just for, our beneficiaries to understand what this is for.
So the Hawaiian Telecom, they're seeking 4 separate staging areas for this project. So what they're doing is they're installing fiber, beginning with Hana, where they have a substation, and it'll run all the way past Kahikinui to Kaupo.
So is this gonna improve the Wi-Fi for Kiikinui?
Yes,
That's
it
what-
will.
And
It
will we
will.
be on to the Kiikinui project as well, as far as extending from that portion where is the idea is to provide all of the infrastructure for Kiikinui for for Wi-Fi? Is that
Yeah,
pretty much-
so currently Hawaiian Telecom, what they're saying is that they have purchased the conduits that supply Wi-Fi to the Kahikinui subdivision. So they'll be improving the service by routing into that backbone. And then we should have some representatives with Hawaiian Telecom.
So
on the
just a
call.
question. So are there already poles in that area, or is this gonna go underground? I'm just trying to get an idea for Kiikinui.
Yeah, it might be good that they're able to
Okay.
answer.
All
Yeah.
right, good, thanks.
So we should have Dan Masutomi.
Line him up.
Yeah,
Yes, please. He can speak to the infrastructure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Question.
Hello, Commissioners. Dan Masatomi from Hawaiian Telecom. So as Shelley described, we are bringing fiber from Kula all the way to Hana. Our plan is to tap off of that fiber and bring it up into the Kahikinui area through the conduit system that we purchased recently, and basically take fiber to all the residents up there.
Is that underground, or is that, we have holes, or?
In the Kahikinui area, that is all underground.
Oh, good.
Along the highway going from Kula to Hana, that is an aerial pole line that
Okay.
will be
Very
placed.
good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you,
Sure.
sir.
Commissioner Lutsua?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if there's any type of easement allocation for this.
So previously, the Hawaiian Homes Commission did approve last mile infrastructure, a right of entry to Hawaiian Telecom. So that right of entry would cover the Kahikinui subdivision.
Okay, so there is no concern as far as any easement.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Commissioner.
Just knowing the terrain in that area, what is that gonna look like? The scope of work that's gonna need to go underground? Do we know?
Dan, you hear that question?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the question is, the terrain of that area, and you guys are gonna go underground. What does the scope of work look like for you guys?
The underground infrastructure in Kahikunui is already in place. And it does come down the mountain towards the main road. So there's very little new construction that we have to do once we go off of the pole line that we're placing along the highway. So minimal work. We haven't inspected the conduit system to see if repairs are required. But you know, we can take care of those things as we find them.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? We do have one public testifier or testimony from Donna Sterling.
Donna. You're muted.
You gotta unmute.
Thank you. Hi,
There you go. Hello.
thank you for being here, Commissioners, and Cully Watson on Maui. I'm here at Kahikinui. And it's good that we have land management and Daniel Masutomi. I'm here to speak as a resident, 23 years, and also a grassroots of the establishment for resettling in Kahikinui. I wasn't aware that you gave the right of entry to Hawaiian Tel. However, I am not in support of this right of entry staging 4 different areas in Kahikinui. I am not in favor of the telephone poles going up with a cable. I understand you can hold in your hands. And it's not just the aesthetic of the poles, the corridor of poles. I don't know how tall they are. You have to dig into a rock. I mean, there's so many issues that are negative about doing this project, Hawaiian Tel, from Kula to Hana. Great, connectivity is important. But here, a year we've had Starlink after Lahaina, September. We're doing wonderful things with Starlink. People are jumping on board. We have a high connectivity. It's steady. The fire comes. Guess what? Pack it up, put it in the car, we're out of here. There's a fire on the highway. The poles burn, car accident. We lose connectivity anyway. And I understand there's another Starlink commercial that could be put up in the upper part of Kahikinui. But right now, let me give you a story. I'm really happy with Starlink. I'm happy with T-Mobile because there's a tower we can bounce off of. So we can report a fire. But this whole thing of corridor of telephone posts was never in Kahikunui's agenda to resettle. We just have not communicated with Cook, Ka'ohano Kahikinui. We have not communicated with the staff, land management, and because of lack of communication, here we are. We're going to have 4 different stages, foot in the door, and we have no information. This is the first time we're hearing information. So, you know, we can't do this to Kahikinui. You just can't do this. We stopped the geothermal under the ocean from Puna. They wanted to put a corridor of towers for fire, for electricity. We stopped it. We stopped the Nextera, the wind turbine. Kahikinui cannot handle corridor of telephone poles. It's stupid. Connect somewhere else, but don't force us into this missing link to connect Kula to Hana. If we say no, it's no. We're looking out for Kahikinui. Anyway, there is another party that would like to enter into the negotiations. And that would be a window of time soon, like 30 days, and less money, like less than 500,000. And you don't dig holes, you put it through sandwich aisle or the conduits. So, this is not welcome in Kahikinui. Thank you. Over. Questions?
Any questions? Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Chair, can I just?
Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, just a question for the department. Have we talked to, Cook and the association up there to explain to them what we're doing? Because I think there's some misinformation here from what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that the last mile is all underground. There's no poles. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the fiber running from up to Kahikinui,
Yes.
the fiber running up to Kahikinui is already existing.
Okay,
That was purchased by Hawaiian Telcom.
okay. So there'll be no poles in Kikinui.
So that might speak to if Dan could speak to the backbone project,
Okay.
then that might be helpful. But in terms of consulting, we did have our broadband team along with Hawaiian Telcom did consult with Cook, and attached to the submittal and on Exhibit D shows Cook's support letter.
Okay. Oh, I see.
The sentiment expressed by Cook was that this would provide more opportunities.
Yeah, my understanding is it gives you another opportunity. I mean, people don't want to be on Starlink. It gives them just another choice. I don't see where the issue is, but I'm all for choices. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Oh, we got Pat Cavaiola.
Again, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, I do know that the subject matter is Kahikinui, but I think the basis of it is who acquired the assets of Sandwich Isle, and thereby I think and that I think maybe needs to be explained to all of us, because I too have now the assets of Sandwich Isle been taken over by Hawaiian Tel, but I've been told by Hawaiian Tel that going to take a while for them to reach my house, and I live in Hilo, 5 miles from the 3 miles from the Prisco Hill Plaza, and I can't get connected. So it's a choice. I now my choice that I have to use is DIT. And those individuals love Starlink. I don't love Dish. I would love Hawaiian Tel because more cheap. Thank you. Aloha.
Okay, aloha.
So, Chair, if the department could explain who owns the final mile or the Sandwich Isle location.
Yeah, I think that might be more appropriate for Dan to speak.
Sure,
to.
sure.
Sure. So what Hawaiian Tel purchased from the courts regarding Sandwich Isles was just the conduit system. Sandwich Isles network has remained in place and hasn't been touched by anyone. So that includes the earlier Paniolo purchase that Hawaiian Tel did 2 years ago. We acquired 10 of the central office buildings that Sandwich House had, but we didn't touch any of Sandwich House switches within those buildings or transmission equipment. And then with the conduit system, we just purchased the conduit so that us and others can place fiber within those conduits, but we haven't touched any of Sandwich Isle's copper or fiber cables in those conduit systems. So they still own those
So,
assets.
so just to sort of get some clarity, there's conduit available that you're gonna pull fiber through to
That is correct.
allow, for broadband and, access.
Correct. And
All right.
so we did it at Pu'ukapu. We used the conduit system and finished placing our fiber there. Keokea, we did the same thing. We used the conduit to place our fibers and release it to the beneficiaries there. So Kahikinu would be handled in a similar fashion.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Any other questions? Oh, Mike, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a question for Dan. So I heard in testimony that I think there's confusion there, thinking that that Hawaiian Tower will have to erect poles for this, but it sounds like it's going to be underground. So the question is, will there be a need to erect any poles in Kahikinui?
Not in Kahikinui, but along the highway, along the ocean, there
Okay.
will be pole lines. And there's pole lines today, but there's a 10-mile gap between the pole lines that will be placed in poles.
Right. I just wanted to confirm it's not going to be needed in Kahikinui.
No.
Thank you, Dan.
Mhm.
I move to approve.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, Jojo.
Thank you for the opportunity. I live in Kauai High, and it's my understanding that this fiber optics comes from Kauai High out to Maui. Now, nobody has spoken to Kauai High about who gets funding and if we can get any funding from there. But the other thing is, we're not connected to the Hawaiian Tel, even though it goes out from over here. We're connected to the subdivision next door. So is anybody planning to let this community know what happened and what's going on? Because I've been here since before that company put in the fiber optics. And that's the second one in Kauai High, because we got one down at Spencer Park. So I'm asking whoever I need to ask to find out who's going to let Kauai High know what the benefits are for us over here, because we're not getting your services as far as I know. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jojo. Any other questions? If not,
I move to approve.
okay,
Second.
all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo, Commissioners.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Item number F4, last item. We have Kuli Kamara from the Big Island. Is he on?
Yes.
Okay, and he's seeking the authorization to accept a UHC grant sub-award and provide reimbursable funding for wildfire mitigation and marine sediment reduction activities on DHHL lands in Kauai High, Hawaii Island. TMK numbers listed there. Kuli, the table's yours.
Aloha, Chair, and aloha, Chair and Commission. Thank you so much for your time. So DHHL was approached by UHC grant to be part of a larger National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration grant to reduce some marine sedimentation and protect communities from wildfires. So we worked with them, and we have a $2 million. So they were awarded a large grant, $68 million, of which DHHL is a sub-awardee of $2 million. And we have two motions that they want to consider. One is to enter into a sub-award agreement with UH. DHHL does not have any required matching funds for this $2 million. Yeah, so in that sub-award, so would be included a scope of work, so standard terms and conditions of a sub-award for receiving federal funds, and such other terms that may be pertinent for federal funding and public project implementation on DHHL lands. Yeah, so the first motion is to enter into a sub-award agreement with UH. And the second motion for consideration is to possibly, so even though there's no matching requirements for this funding, the funding is supposed to be on a reimbursement basis. And the second motion is to consider providing funding upfront to be reimbursed by Sea Grant. I also have Katie Hinsman on the line from Sea Grant to answer any questions. But yeah, so those are the two motions for consideration.
Any questions, Commissioner Freitas?
Hey, Cooley, thank you for your time and effort brought up into this. Read through the submittal, just a kind of, not a question, maybe a comment, but moving forward in this process, the fire mitigation with the cattle, I guess first question is, with the cattle grazing, you're trying to get to that sweet spot, right? Where it's not too low for erosion, but not too high for fire, potential fire hazard, right? Yes. And everything else, as far as working with I just want to make sure the community and the Homestead Association is working in collaboration with you folks as this process progresses. I know because of the topography of that area, everything runs downstream. I work right across the street sometimes, the harbor. I see every time it rains how bad it gets. So this is very much needed, but I also just kind of want to make sure that you guys are working hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with the Homestead Association.
Yes. So the first year of this project, it's a federal project. There's going to be a lot of compliance. Part of that would be our Section 106 compliance. And also, so we're working with other community groups on this, Sukua, and yeah, so there's a bunch of other groups so that are part of this larger grant process that's going to help us out with the community engagement. So the first year is going to be a lot of compliance. So there's a 310 to 320 acre area around the community that currently has 17,000 feet of fencing, but needs 12,000 feet more to create an area where we can manage the fuels. And this grant is just to put in the fencing. We still need to find a partner. Hopefully we can work directly with the community, with Kailapa Community Association, to find that partner or to be that partner and to develop the grazing prescription for the area. But this grant is just for the fencing, so that we can put in the infrastructure that makes that make it feasible for our partner to work with us to maintain those fuels.
Sounds good. Thank you, brother.
Kathy, did you want to say something?
No, hi everyone. I'm representing Hawaii Sea Grant, just here to help answer questions if there's anything I can.
Any other questions? Oh, we got Jojo. Excuse me. Sorry,
just a quick question. When does it start? When does the grant process start? I know you said 5 years. When is the start date?
So the start date for the grant, so it's October 2024. A lot of the other sub-awardees have started to put their agreements in place, but we want to bring it to the commission so before entering into a sub-award agreement. We will have so we'll have some forms for the chairman or the right designee for DHL to sign off on to enter into a sub-award agreement. But it starts in October of 2024 and it goes to November of 2029.
Okay, Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I am not aware of anything on this particular project. I became aware of when they already fenced up the area. And so I guess I missed my chance to ask about a question I've been asking the commission for help for the last at least 2 or 3 years. And that is a fire emergency road out of Kailapa subdivision. And so if you look at the map that was provided for the fire break, you notice that it protects the neighbor on the other side of the gulch. So all the subdivision on the other side of the gulch is protected from this fire mitigation. What it does for Kailapa is lock us in because that fence has no gate. And so the part about what is going to happen to us. Now, I'm speaking to tax map key 61-001-003, which is the Kaiopai Gulch side. Basically, your information is on the Honokoa side, but it includes this side of the gulch. And that is, we get locked in. We have no evacuation. That is something that was there from the master plan from 1990s. And it has never been implemented. So we still don't have an evacuation. And I don't see it anywhere in here, even though the wildfire organization has a portion that says they protect the people over here. So even the department on its part failed to protect us for our safety. And so I am looking to see if this plan will put in a caveat to finally address our escape, because we got two gulches and we cannot, like I said last month, we cannot fly over the gulches. But where the fire mitigation is going to be, there is a portion that I remember way back in 1990, like I also testified, there is a portion where the emergency vehicles can go from the other subdivision to the area where the branch lands are. And so that would be an access from county, well, the county takes care of our road, and the other side is a county road. So it would be a matter of getting these people to agree to put a road so we can get out in this plan for this side area. And so I'm asking, and I've been asking for an evacuation road. The civil defense had come up to the association and we showed them. And they said, yeah, okay. Even Daryl Oliveira, he was the fire brigadier or whatever, he came up and he's the one that suggested using that route. Today, he's the head guy for the Maui fire project in Maui. So, you know, this is a long-standing problem that the department is making a problem for. As far as for the wildfire organization, they're trying their best. But you guys need to know that that fire break is on the other side of the gulch. It's protecting them, not us. And nobody telling us anything, Kuli. And really appreciate to find out how we gonna get out and get fence. We're gonna be stuck in here. You gotta put one gate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jojo. Any other questions? Not is that just, yeah, we need an action. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, thank you, Kano. Okay, H1, approval of addendum to fiscal year 2025 Department of Hawaiian Homeland's budget. Purpose 1 and Purpose 4. Kalani Fonda.
It's freezing right now, but it's about 20 above to make sure it's on now.
Yeah, why don't we your break? Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. Commissioner Evans wants a break. Take a short 10-15-minute break.
Oh. Hi, come on. Fine, we just recessed. Thank you.
They're gonna take a short break, man. Too slow, man. Good. Okay, we're back in session. Agenda item H1, approval of addendum to fiscal year 2025 budget, purpose 1 and 4. Kalani?
Aloha, Chairman Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Mahalo for our opportunity to present submittal each one today. For the record, my name is Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator for the Land Development Division, here to seek your approval of a vital addendum to the fiscal year 2025 DHHL budget. Respectfully recommend the Commission approve this addendum. And let me just share a little bit about it. The addendum reflects an essential investment in the development, maintenance, and administrative capacity, directly supporting our ability to fulfill our mission. There are some areas that we are honing in on as it relates to strategic infrastructure improvements, expanding housing opportunities, and enhancing operational resilience. As it relates to purpose 1, we're requesting 7.3 million. And there is a revised memo that was left on your space this morning to address critical needs in lot development, ensuring timely delivery of projects and services that meet the pressing needs of our beneficiaries. Specifically, this funding will support HECO pre-service applications that are required for Kolu o Kahai, amounting to 25,000. And these funds will facilitate the electrical service readiness necessary to move forward with lot development. There's facility charges that are being requested for Maku 2-acre lots, totaling about $300,000. This investment ensures the infrastructure readiness for the 32 sub-ag lots that will be awarding this coming Saturday, and delivering on our commitment to provide homes, the sub-ag lots for Native Hawaiian families. There's also 7 million that will go into a revolving loan program. This will enable renovations, development of ohana units, and scattered lot projects, empowering families and communities across the state. This loan will be used to accommodate those different expenses. And so when the beneficiary closes on a mortgage, that loan will be replenished and will be continued to be used for all of these types of projects. Currently, there's about 107 lots that are vacant. And so the initiative is really to address that demand for those vacant lots, scattered lots. Purpose 4, this one is to enhance the operational efficiency and community resilience. We're requesting 9.975 million for key administrative and operational activities, including 2 million towards Lalamilo's Phase 1 infrastructure improvements. These funds will finalize highway connections to that part of the community and resolve outstanding contractual matters with Goodfellow Brothers, ensuring safe and efficient community access. 6 million towards engineering services. This allocation supports some vital consulting efforts that we have for numerous projects throughout the state, including wildfire mitigation, which is a critical need given Hawaii's increasing vulnerability to wildfires, and 1.975 million towards repair and maintenance of improvements. Some of this will also be used to bolster the wildfire prevention and mitigation efforts statewide, safeguarding our communities and land assets. These investments will enhance connectivity, safety, and resilience, ensuring the sustainability of our developments and the well-being of our beneficiaries. The reason for this request is that it's driven by some urgent needs to address unforeseen challenges, such as contractual delays, evolving beneficiary needs, and increasing threat of wildfires. The infrastructure projects like the Lalamilo Phase 1 are critical to community access and the progress of future phases. Additionally, wildfire mitigation has become a top priority for the department as we respond to the heightened risk facing Hawaii's communities. Engineering services and statewide maintenance efforts are essential to protecting our assets and ensuring the safety of our beneficiaries. In closing, Chairman Watson and members of the commission, this addendum is not merely just a request for additional funds. It's a strategic response to the immediate and long-term challenges we are facing in fulfilling the division and the department's mission. It underscores our unwavering commitment to serve our beneficiaries with excellence, efficiency, and integrity. After assessing the division's operations through the first quarter of this fiscal year, it was clear that this request is imperative to sustain the momentum and meet critical project timelines and ensure the long-term success of our programs. By approving this addendum, you will enable the department to effectively overcome current challenges, expedite some of the vital initiatives, and also secure sustainability of our developments. Thank you for your consideration, and I am available right now to answer any questions that you may have.
Any question?
Kalani, would you explain the carryover of funds from those not spent in fiscal year 24?
So when we came before for the supplemental budget, I had instructed the division not to request any funds and just utilize what we had so far. And those are the carryover funds that we had from biennium budget for fiscal year 24-25. Based upon what we had projected and what we were doing, we were fine with it. But as we started to get into Q1 and much more of the demands were coming up, especially as it related to wildfire prevention, and then also some of the engineering services that were required, you know, we realized that there was a need for some supplemental funds that we needed. And so that's the reason why we are coming back and requesting that. In regards to the carryover, once again, we didn't require, we just carried over what was appropriated. And when you take a look at the budget that was approved, we were only granted about a 20 million of CIP. And so we didn't request anything else until this request now.
So the funds exist where?
It's in, so there's a trust fund that we had another 600 million that was appropriated back in 1995, back when chair was chair.
Yes.
And so it's that funds that it still exists, and we still have some monies remaining in there to be able to exercise and utilize this 17 million ask.
Yes, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any
Chair,
other
I have a question.
Commissioner
So,
Neves?
so those funds, that was in 1995, I forget the act, but how much of that $600 million is left?
There's about 125.
So that's the funds we're going to use for this
Yes.
proposal. So I'm a little bit confused. You dropped an addendum off this morning.
The addendum had eliminated, had actually given you the correct number for purpose one.
Oh, okay.
And so the total is 17
So I'm reading through this
million.
going,
Yes.
okay, what's going on? I got new paper.
That's 17 million
Then-
total ask.
What you were reading from this morning, I was trying to follow. Is that in this document somewhere? What you just said this morning?
It was a summary of that,
It's a summary of that.
Yes.
So it's not actually this document here,
the one that I dropped. No,
or the document or the submittal itself. You were just summarizing.
I
the
was just
submittal.
summarizing.
Okay, that's why it was hard to follow.
So I didn't want to go verbatim for.
No, I think you should go verbatim because that's what we're gonna
Okay.
be deciding on. So I was a little confused trying to follow that. So the actual fund we're using, instead of using one of the trust funds, we're using that specific fund, which was I forget the name of the act, but anyway, that $100 million that's left over, those are the funds we're gonna use for renovations, scattered lots.
Correct.
And when you say Ohana units, what do you mean? Is that financing Ohana units?
It's not
Or
financing.
assisting
it's-
financing Ohana
it's-
units? Or?
So we contribute, we've had discussions with partners such as, or I want to say collaborations with discussions with counties as well as the state homeless. And so it's contributing to some of the stuff that pot of money that they've put together as well. And it's kind of our contribution to be able to address our Ohana units that we're promoting. So the Ohana units, combination of SDU, Ohana units that we can start to advocate, and we've been doing that throughout the state.
Okay. And then the engineering services, you know, for the wildfire, I know that that was something new after we had our symposium in Oahu a couple months ago. Yeah, that was sort of a question we all had. Said, okay, we understand the fire hazard and so on and so forth. Where is our budget? So this is basically is the
This is
money
a portion of.
for that,
Yes.
for all of our islands.
Correct.
Okay.
And all of these that you see are existing line items that are in the budget that we are just requesting and a supplement to.
So this is just a shift of funding. Is that correct? Or is this additional?
It's additional.
It's additional and the funds will be coming out of that one fund where we
Correct.
have the $100 million. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Any
Thank
other
you, Chair.
questions?
Yes, quick.
Commissioner Furtis.
Okay, Lalamilo Phase 1, infrastructure improvements. Thank you for that connection to the main road. is
We've been
huge.
waiting for that for a while.
Not to throw more on your plate, but can you kind of keep me in the loop at how that progresses? Just basically because that's a major traffic issue in the morning and after work. You have Parker School, HPA, Waimea Elementary, people commuting from up to Kailapa, from Waikoloa as well too. So that's going to be, you know, I'd like to work hand in hand with the South Kohala Traffic Department. We have a new county councilman that I'm excited to have on board, James Eustace, who is the chair of that South Kohala Traffic Council, whatever you call it. Also, there's a telephone pole that's right there. Are we working with HECO to move that telephone pole, which is right at the entrance of where this street road will come out, right?
I'm not sure of the details, but I can find that out.
Yeah, just because those are questions I'm probably gonna get asked, because it is a DHL issue, but it also is a total community issue too, with the traffic and everything. So thank you, brother.
Thank you.
When you get to it.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Chair, if I can have just
Commissioner Network.
So the administrative cost under purpose 4 is basically we've identified one project, but the engineering services, that's for various items. Is that correct? And then repair and maintenance, obviously under wildfire program. On the purpose of 1.
Yes.
Is any of these funds being used for any of the items in C2? If they are, they should be, that amount should be deferred until we figure out C2.
It's not.
It's not?
So there is these are additional. So
These are outside of the C2 proposal was.
It
mentioned today.
has, so let me, if you take a look at Act 279.
Yes.
It does include all of couple A. Okay. This is for us to be able to address some of the projects that we're dealing with right now. An award is coming out. We already went through site work, et cetera. And so those have already been encumbered. But we did find that there was some additional money, such as I said, 25,000 that's required for the HECO pre-service applications. And we didn't have that available. So it's kind of outside of the actual Act 279 monies. The other is the revolving loan that we are using for the renovations, scattered lots. And scattered lots, we've kind of kept it very general in the Act 279. This one when we get inventory back from HSD, we go through, renovate it and award it right away. So that's what these monies are for.
Okay.
So I can't say that it's specifically within the C. It's really kind of in a sense
I think it's just important that when we do look at C2 is if any of these funds are in there, that we identify those.
Yes.
Because when I read through C2, it sort of identified monies from the budget.
Right.
So my concern is if it's money from the budget, make sure that if these are monies coming out of this, that it's included. So I just want to make sure we're not double dipping.
Correct.
Just for our beneficiaries' edification. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you, Kalani.
Not, we'll entertain a motion.
So move.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Kalani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or C3, let's see. Status report of our enforcement unit.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. David Hoke, administrator with the enforcement unit, and this is just our summary of our work since the last commission meeting. In this time frame, we received 7 requests for investigations, 5 on Oahu, 1 in Hilo, and 1 for our land management division. To date, for this calendar year, we've generated 201 reports. Since the last commission meeting, we did have a big operation, a 2-part operation working with Department of Land and Natural Resources and Department of Law Enforcement. This was to address a person that was unauthorized to use DHHL lands on Mauna Kea, and they've been up there for over 5 years. And this was a major operation. It took 18 sheriffs, 6 DOCARE officers, and our staff to carry out this operation. And I just have to thank those 2 departments for their assistance. They did an amazing job. They kept everybody safe, very professional, and again, just an awesome job. I also want to thank Chairman Watson, Dag Lindsay, and EA Hoke for taking this challenge on. This problem has been lingering for 2 administrations that, for whatever reason, it just wasn't addressed, and it was a major thing. I know it took a lot of man hours, a lot of legal hoops that Hoku and EA were addressing to make sure the department and the trust is as protected as possible to address this. And it was a challenge that I just think that other administrations didn't want to take on. So they did the right thing, and I definitely want to commend them for that. Moving on to our vacant home initiative. This first part about Waimanalo, it's the same numbers, but I just want to touch on them real quick. Again, we identified 33 homes. 8 of them are pending transfer through successorship. 1 is pending a transfer with HSD. 2 of them have received their leases within the last year, so they do have that year to go develop. 1 of them was removed from the list because they showed sufficient evidence that they are occupying the parcel. And 2 of those lots are in, 2 of those lots are in DHHL inventory, and 2 of them are working with Nahasda. The new information is, again, the 17 notice of violations were sent out. 10 beneficiaries responded and agreed to go commit and clean up the property, so we do have to follow up on that. 1 of them we found out was incarcerated and is trying to transfer their lease now. 3 of them have agreed to contact, well, they have contacted the Nahasda, and they're working with them, and 3 of them have not responded. So the final notice of violations will be going out. So again, it's just a constant having to go update these numbers and continue to track. But to me, again, it just shows a lot of progress, a lot of movement, that we are tracking these things down. Again, it's not what we want, but in the end, like these 3 that are not responsive, those are the ones that I believe we're going to have to come and bring before the commission at some point. But we'll continue to work with them until we get to that point. And then the last thing regarding the pilot project, in this past month, no new reports of criminal activity in the District 8 police area, which encompasses our Waianae Coast on Oahu. But to date, there have been 10 reports that met the criteria submitted to HPD. 7 of those reports have been unsubstantiated. 1 of them have been confirmed, and 2 of them are still pending a disposition, meaning we're still waiting for HPD to give us confirmation it's there or the green light that we can go do something. So again, we'll continue to track that. But as a whole, we are very pleased with these numbers. That I know there's a lot of criminal activity on the west side of Oahu, but as far as our homesteads go, again, that's where I'm invested in. That's what our focus is on. So as a whole, we're very, very happy with that. But I do have to, again, commend our NSWs, our associations that are very vigilant out there, and they're, pushing this along just as much as anybody else. So, yeah, any questions?
Questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Freitas.
It's a comment, brother. Thank you, as well as Chair, everybody else, AGs, that collaborated to undertake that gargantuan task on Mauna Kea. Ironically, we had our Aina Mauna Legacy beneficiary meeting this past Saturday, and this topic I brought up, and Uncle Pat, I hope he's still listening, because I couldn't give him all the information you just gave. So you know, it's good to hear making progress on this, and you know, not just working with the different parties, law enforcement agencies, but also the beneficiaries who have been ranching up there for generations. You know, you gotta be a little special. It's a different environment, different climate up there. You know, you're not watching a Yellowstone movie. You gotta be ma to that environment. And we do have some beneficiaries that are thriving there. And I think what you guys are accomplishing here is allowing us to really help perpetuate that. So thank you.
I appreciate that. And yeah, this is just the first step. It's a big first step, but yeah, there's a lot of, there's other parts that we have to go do to make sure this doesn't happen again. But yeah, I agree. It's a huge first step.
If you do, you know, kind of doing some research on it, talking to Dr. Bergen, who was a long time Parker Ranch veterinarian there. This has been going on for a long time, you know, and then once one guy get up there, then everyone thinks, I can do them too. And then it just gets out of control. So just the fact you guys are able to make progress is huge. So I thank all the parties involved. Thank you to the department chair, our Richard Hoke, everybody. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis.
Yeah, David, thanks to you and your crew. I'm sure Cooley is real happy that that's come about. It's been on our plate for a long time. I remember when I first started in commission that came up, and I said, okay, well, we're going to do something. Here we are 5 years later, and we've finally done something.
Yeah.
So thank you to the chair and the AG's office, especially your team for taking that on. I think Cooley now can put his rifle away and not have to be worried. One other thing is on the vacant home initiative, and I'll request again, we need to do that in Kauai. I know we haven't got that, so to Juan, if we can get that, there are quite a few homes that are vacant, and we actually have our next door residents trying to keep the rats away. So there's quite a few of them that need to be taken care of, and also the people that just take over our property. There's some, as you well know, in Kauai that they've been there for 5 to 10 years. I know the one on Hokulele Road we're working with, I guess DLNR, and we have to scope that out to find out who owns what to get that straightened out. But they tend to just call on their buddies and say, hey, come stay at my place. And before you know it, we got people walking up and down the road, don't know who they are. But I appreciate all the work you're doing. I just want to I don't know if you're aware, but the chief's retiring in Kauai. Police chief, so you might want to reach out and find out who's second in command. I know his son joined the service, so he's time for him to take off. But anyway, thank you to you and your team for all the work you do, and continue to work with you to keep our community will be the eyes and ears in case something comes up. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Chair.
Commissioner.
Chair, thanks so much for resourcing these folks, because David, when we just look at the change, the way enforcement's doing things, your monthly emails that come out, community engagements, not just with the associations, but with one-on-one with individuals that have problems. Your accessibility is conspicuous. That's really important. Even this morning, we have a call by one of our testifiers from Maui. Hey, help us. We've got deserted properties, yada, yada. And so you've gone after those. There's a protocol that I don't think people appreciate. We have to go through in order to do that. Juan and his group, they need resources and emphasis to get that done, because what you're doing is absolutely needed. We need the follow-up too, which is Juan's crowd, and they got their hands full. I mean, it's not like, hey, Juan, here's something else that you want to do. The education in the process that we've been able to do through the enforcement group is really important to our communities. I think as you touch each one of those associations, because they don't realize how accessible you are, and I know you're on the island, all of our islands regularly. As they begin to understand that, they're developing their confidence for self-governance and they've really got to get active in their communities so that we can be active as commissioners. I think the contested case hearings that we're getting ready to see because of your work is really important. We get people on property
and we remove people who are irresponsible and don't need the property by their actions. So thanks. Thanks very much.
Appreciate that. And yeah, so any associations, NSWs that we haven't made regular contact with, yeah, just again, reach out to us. I think, as you mentioned, the education is huge, because understanding the difference between law enforcement and what we do, what the department can do versus what the police can do is huge in finding those lanes. And we see that the communities that now they got a better grasp on it, they can filter it out much better. And then again, I appreciate, the kind words, but, I have to tip my hat to my team. The testifier this morning that brought up those issues, as soon as she walked out the door, Nick was on her already saying, okay, here's my information. Let's go collect that information. So, I gotta commend my guys as well, because, they're pushing this along just as
No,
much as I am.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to, I'm talking because you're sitting there, but I know Nick's in the back and he's already engaged that
Yeah,
lady.
yeah.
And Kip is always out there. So,
Mhm. Yes,
the
yeah.
trio is out there pounding away. And we appreciate all the work that you, Kip, and Nick are doing.
Thank you.
I wanted to, echo the words of all the commissioners, and thank you, David, from day one when I came on board. Having that relationship with you and talking about the issues that our communities are facing and our associations. And, when I heard the lady talk about these empty lots on Maui and the things that can happen when they stay vacant for too long is a big concern of all of our homeowners. And I just want to thank you and your team for your due diligence and staying on top of it. I hope that our AGs can be really help you guys clear those gray lines to make you guys more bridge those gray lines so that you guys can do a better job sooner to help our associations, our communities, and our leases. So thank you.
Yeah, and so, yeah, just to respond to that, again, yeah, the vacant homes, I know it's, we kind of do it as in between the complaints, so it takes a lot more time, but yeah, the goal is to go get every island as much as we can, because we know that these vacant homes are gonna become a problem at some point, so we'd rather get ahead of it while we can. And, yeah, the other thing you mentioned, again, we've been talking to, Chair and EA, and a lot of our rules are kind of outdated. They're old, and the goal is to see if we can put together a few possible legislations in place that can help the department. Because again, yeah, there's some things that I think if we can push it along a little bit more, a little bit quicker, that'll be good. Because again, we understand the due process, but it does take a long time, and in that interim, there are some safety concerns that we got to be worried about.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd also like to echo the compliments, having experienced it firsthand in person up at Humu'ula, and the whole army you had up there. I mean, I felt safe. And I wasn't looking around as much. But yeah, you guys, it's a reflection on your ability to create a rapport with other organizations. They'll care, as well as the sheriff's department. And so for them to turn out like that, and I know, they before they were very, should we help these guys or not? And I think it's important that the departments show that they're willing to go all the way, not just show force a little bit, and we have a repeat or a festering situation that's not resolved. And so I'd have to thank the AG's office in going out and getting the writ of possession, which was needed to be served. We're going to the next step on the criminal side, if necessary, with a violation or trespass movement, if that's required. But both you, Nick, and Kip, you guys are doing a great job. I would add that they need help. So we are going into the legislature for additional compliance officers for the outer islands. And so when we do go in, I hope some of the commissioners would consider, Kokua and going in, and whether it's submitting written testimony or whatever, but help us get some some help for these guys because they're doing a great job, but there's more work to be done. This is a, you know, big challenge, and they're right now they're stretched thin. So we need to get them help. So anyway, okay.
All right, thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Patrick. Goodbye. Oh, wow.
You gotta get back on. Pass on to Pat.
Your turn, Pat.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, again, since this is a mutual admiration society for our enforcement people, I just thought I'd like to, from a beneficiary perspective, offer the mahalo and thanks to David and his staff because it's been a long festering. I think you said it, Chair. It's a festering problem that's been going on, and obviously, at this time, he was able to take the bull by the horn. However, get a couple more horns that he got to go deal with. He took one horn, so in Humula especially, we got a couple more we got to do, and I want to be able to offer the the thanks and aloha and mahalo to his staff and also to the commissioner that I had the opportunity to speak to that couldn't speak yesterday but was able to speak today or Saturday. So thank you again, Kip. David, Kip, and Nick for the work you're doing, and you, Chair, for allowing these guys to do their job. And I will be also supporting anything that you can do to bring another 1 or 2 compliance officers to this island where most of the lands are situated. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Pat.
Yeah, and let me also add one other person, Kuali'i, who's also involved in going up there and working with the gates, putting up the sign, and kind of giving us some guidance as to the terrain and accessibility and challenges we're dealing with. So yeah, I'd like to also thank Kuali'i, but I'd also like to kind of clarify the reason why we're doing this. And one of the things that that's phase 1. Phase 2 is looking for and creating a permanent solution. Once we get the land secure, the plan is to turn it into pastoral use, at least the areas we're talking about, because it's very ideal for that type of activity. So we are working with the homestead community, especially those guys that have the expertise. The Kaniho clan is very actively involved. They are very good at what they do in the area. So we've in the process of issuing them a right of entry to kind of secure the property, do an assessment. We're looking at removing some of the cattle, but more importantly, we're looking at doing some more agricultural leases, issuing them, and having a presence there. Because, all this land, what is it, about 10,000 acres? It's in our inventory. It should be in the beneficiary's hands, and they should be using it. And that's why we have these exposure, wildfires, we have trespassers taking over the land because there's no presence of our beneficiaries. So the long-term solution, not only for Humu'ula, but Ka'u, is to have our homesteaders using the land. And so we're looking at doing that. I think the model that's being used in Ka'u is a good model. We have large areas that sort of like a cooperative or nonprofit will manage, leadership made up of existing pastoral lessees that can provide guidance, but also as we award, and that's the plan, to issue out more, especially subsistence pastoral leases, so that we can get people up there and start to use the land. So the long-term solution, and that's what we're putting together with the help of some guys that really know the area, as well as Kuali'i and some others, and that is going to be happening very shortly. So again, thank you for your work on the first phase.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's see. Let's do D1 HSD status report. Juan Casir for information only.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the commission. D1 is the various reports that include information with regards to applications, loan services branch, as well as district operations with regards to lease numbers. With the testimony earlier today from Jojo Tanimoto, we are looking at the numbers for Kauai High. We are aware there's roughly about 25 lots in Kailapa that are pending lease awards. So I just need to verify whether she's looking at those lots to be included, which they would not be part of the lease count because they're not covered under a lease. But we're looking into, again, those questions that she asked earlier today. But if you have any specific questions, I can answer them now. If you have questions later, I'll be around today and tomorrow, so we still have time.
Any questions?
Chair, this is Jojo. Can I answer Juan's question?
Sure, I'm sure you can. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks. No, I'm speaking about the lessees that are there. The Makai lots already were there 1985. They did their bulldozing by 1990. And the other three on the harbor have been there since World War II. And the other rest that you're talking about, no, I'm not referring to those. I'm speaking to the ones that are there, have been there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jojo. Yeah, I'm working with West Hawaii to get further clarifications with regards to those three across the harbor and 4 vacant lots that are currently on the Makai side. So I'll get back to you or provide commissioners with update information as soon as I receive them.
Any other questions?
Chair, I don't have a question about the report, but again, I'd like to request for a PIG for the waitlist successorship. This is like my 5th time, but I think that's important because there are people out there that are possibly pending and we need to get them in as we start doing awards. I think it's important. So I know you're a little busy on this.
No, I'm just wondering, you guys are on well, you're on a PIG right now.
I'm on the
Still waiting
PIG
on that
for,
one.
yeah.
When are you guys gonna be finished on that one?
We have a
Caretaker?
meeting next week. Well, we have I'm on the caretaker and I'm also on the navigation agreement.
Right.
We have a meeting next week. I don't mind. But this should be relatively
We're
quick.
gonna have one PIG guy on it. We'll make you come in and PIG.
Hey, I wink every day. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just here to try to get things
Okay,
fixed.
no, I
Okay?
appreciate you, I gotta say, I really do appreciate all your commitment and willingness to put in that time. Being retired must be nice.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's see. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we're gonna recess for lunch and reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Permitted Interaction Group, mahalo for this opportunity to present. And recommendations from the Act 279 Acquisition Permitted Interaction Group. Our work is guided by the commitment to advance the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's mission and address the critical housing needs of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. With this kuleana, we have evaluated the department's current projects and resources under Act 279 and provide this plan to strategically realign priorities for maximum impact. We respectfully request your approval of the following recommendations. Relocate 92 mil from long-term and non-critical projects to high-priority developments that are near-term ready. Prioritize the acquisition of Kunia, allocating 60 million to secure this opportunity, which promises 1,200 residential lots and a significant reduction of the Oahu residential waitlist. Allocate 32 million for critical due diligence planning and development expenses to ensure ongoing success in Leali'i, Kaupea, Eva Beach, and Lihue. Act 279 has provided the department with unprecedented resources to reduce the waitlist. However, with finite funds and a growing need for immediate housing, the Permitted Interaction Group identified an opportunity to accelerate progress through resource allocation and prioritization of readiness. Our evaluation focused on identifying projects that could yield the greatest near-term benefits while ensuring the long-term viability of the department's broader development goals. So there is a number of different projects that are noted here in the submittal. Reallocation of funds, 92 million from projects identified as long-term or non-critical, 58.6 mil from Waihu Mauka, 1 million from Ku'upawaiko, facing acquisition delays due to legislative concerns, 7 million from Palamanui, where alternate funding sources exist, 1 million from East Kapolei 2A, supported by other funding mechanisms, 24.2 mil from Wailua Mill Camp, where a nearby state-owned property offers a cost-effective alternative. These funds will be reallocated to initiatives that are near-term ready, maximizing the impact of available resources. Acquisition of Kunia is a high-impact opportunity that the department should prioritize with 60 million. This purchase would unlock the potential for 1,200 residential lots, significantly addressing the Oahu waitlist of over 11,000 individuals. Project's readiness and scale over a transformative solution for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. The remaining 32 mil is recommended for essential activities to support key initiatives. This includes 2 million for due diligence across development projects, 1 million for legal expenses, 20 million to address challenges in Lahaina related to blue rock material and equipment needs, 2 million for Kaupea site work readiness, 5 million for planning efforts at Eva Beach,
where single-family lots are nearing readiness, 2 million for studies and surveys to support infrastructure collaboration in the Hue. This funding ensures that critical projects continue to progress smoothly, avoid delays, and maximize efficiency. The permitted interaction group's recommendations represent a strategic shift to prioritize high-value near-term developments while addressing foundational needs for long-term success. Your approval of these recommendations will empower DHHL to act decisively, accelerating progress and reaffirming our collective commitment to fulfilling Prince Kuhio's vision for Native Hawaiians. In closing, the department is also securing funds with various state and county agencies. For example, the County of Maui has created a tax mechanism that the department has benefited from for infrastructure for all of our different various county projects. Mahalo nui for your consideration, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Do you want to share? Yes. This will go into detail on the various projects that are identified in the submittal itself. Next slide. So I've gone through, shared with you the projects that it is drawing funding from. In the green section, it's the funding for the projects that are ready for it to be considered, for a total of 92 million. Could you go back again? In our discussion, so in Waihu Mauka, actually, you can go to the next slide. So in Waihu Mauka, in our discussion with the developer, there is substantial work that needs to be done. However, with the remaining 30 million that's there, they are able to move forward on some of the items that is required at this time. Next slide, please. This one we have mentioned that because of some of the legislative concerns and some of the acquisition delays, we are removing this from the project list. As mentioned, Palamanui, we have alternative funding sources that exist that we are pursuing, such as Nahasda funds. East Kapolei 2A, supported by other funding mechanisms that we've been able to secure with various agencies. The 24.2, in this area, there is a state-owned property that offers a more cost-effective alternative adjacent to this.
Yes. Testing.
These items that are coming.
Can you hear me, Leah?
We are looking to consider. This is 60 million for the acquisition and some work that's being considered for.
Would like to sing a song for you?
No. No. We get excited. Yes.
You want me to look at this? Sing a song.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene the meeting, and would be item E2, I guess, or labeled E2, but it's actually E1.
Aloha, Chairman Watson, and Commissioners. Nice to see you again.
Neutral, right?
For the record, Kalani Fronda, Acting Administrator at Land Development Division. Along with me is
Neil Nugent, Engineer, Land Development Division. Aloha.
And we also have three others that will be joining us virtually. Kehao Cortero, Michelle Hitzman, and Robert Ng. With that, we will provide the updates that's happening on the island of Maui. Next slide, please. This just gives you a quick snapshot of our projects and lands that we have. Next slide, please. And we're going to focus right now on Central Maui. Next slide.
This slide shows three developments that are ongoing in Maui, blue, red, and pink at the top. And to the left in orange, you can see a water tank we're also building. Next. Pu'uhona Homestead has been awarded partially and is also under construction. Houses are being built starting this week. Next. At the top of the slide is the website for Pu'uhona, pu'uhona.com. Excellent website, recommend checking it out. This image shows the site on November 5th. Roads are almost complete and homes will be started this week. Next. This is a site plan for Pu'uhona and its 161 lots. Next. This shows the water tank that is being built to supply Pu'uhona. Next. This is an image of the water tank, a drawing. Next. Pu'uhona is on the bottom of this slide. The adjacent land has been acquired to build Wailuku single-family residential homestead. Next. This is a drawing of the 204 lots that are envisioned for Wailuku single-family residential. Next. Wai'ehu Mauka has been acquired to build around 400 lots. At the top of this slide, you can see Wai'ehu Ko Homestead on Kanehili Highway. Next. This is a conceptual plan of what Wai'ehu Mauka will look like. In yellow in the center are residential lots that'll be 7,500 square feet. In blue are larger lots, 0.5 acres. Those will be rural lots. They can be used for agriculture. And in green, light green, dark green, and in pink are open spaces. There'll be a lot of open space in this, including a land for a community center, which is in pink. Next. In Pulehu Nui, now this is south central Maui, a wide open area. There's not a lot that's been built there, but the department has a lot of land there, as you can see, as do other state agencies. So we're partnering with state agencies to build a sewer line that will be miles long, and it will service our land and the other state agencies. So we want to work together with them so we can all benefit from that and send the wastewater using this sewer to the new wastewater treatment plant that is being built by the County of Maui, Central Maui Wastewater Treatment Facility. Next. This is a drawing of what that sewer will look like. The sewer is in red and in blue. Next. Next. Oh, back, sorry. Another thing that this new wastewater treatment plant will give us is recycled water. Wastewater going into the Pacific Ocean or going into the ground is becoming less popular. Wastewater treatment plants would rather treat their water to a very high quality level and then use it for irrigation or for other non-potable uses. So that's what we're looking to do, is use that recycled water. Next.
Kehau, if you could share with us about the Paukukalo Community Center.
Yes, Paukukalo Community Center improvements is ongoing. It should be completed by April of 2025. We're just waiting for some items to be shipped in and installed. Next. Paukukalo Unit 3 Phase 2 Lot 4 is in process. We're preparing the lot for a vacant lot award sometime next year. And that's the entrance, picture of the entrance. And the Wai'ehu subdivision Phase 4 fence installation. This is the final of that project along Halewaiu Road. We just have a little bit more to install a fence because we have to take care of some obstruction to the area.
Moving to upcountry Maui, there's Keokea and Waihuli. Next. This is a shot from the air of Kula Highway you can see there. Next. In red, phase 1A near the center of this figure has been built. We are working on phase 2A and 2B. 2A is 76 lots and 2B is 61 lots. 2A unfortunately has been delayed due to the numerous archaeological sites, but the State Historic Preservation Division has met with us recently and has given us hope that we will soon be able to start construction. This is a drawing of phase 2A and its 76 residential lots. Next. This is a drawing of phase 2B and its 61 residential lots. Next.
Michelle, if you could cover a little bit about preparation for awards for cooler residence lots.
Sure. So we are looking to make this offer again for vacant lot offers sometime early next year. We'll probably have more information about that at our lot offer presentation. And yeah, those are also the lots that will be included with the vacant lot offer.
Also in Keokea, we are working with the state to use Department of Ag's non-potable irrigation water system to bring it to Keokea. We're hoping to partner with them to supply water for irrigation use. Next. Next slide. Because of the numerous archaeological sites in Keokea and Waialuli, we are working to, you can see them in pink on this slide, by the way. We're going to be meeting with the community in early 2025 to talk about how we can best preserve and steward these sites. So I hope everyone in the community will turn up to that. Has not been planned yet. Onto Kahiki Nui. This is a drawing of the Kahiki Nui lots. Next. This is a Kuleana homestead. Phase 1 of a roadway, as you can see in red, only a small section of the roadway was actually completed. Most of these roads are still dirt. For phase 2, we are searching for grant funding, which would be a great opportunity for us to build phase 2 of that road using grant funds, which would allow us to use our other funds for other improvements. This slide shows photos of the phase 1 roadway, which has been completed. South Maui, Ihei, next.
So I'll cover in the absence of our other team that is covering Kamalani. We had visited that yesterday, and our anticipation once again is for 400 units or 400 lots that will be constructed in that area, and specifically for single family units. Next slide.
On to West Maui. This slide shows West Maui, Le'ali'i, Waikuli is on the right, and Honokawa is on the left, and Ka'anapali is in the center. In red, the new well that DHHL has drilled and is going to be building in the next couple of years is shown in red. That will join up with the Department of Water Supply, County of Maui water system, where that red circle is. Next. Next. Le'ali'i 1B has been, we have a development agreement with Dowling Company to build the 181 single-family lots for Villages of Le'ali'i 1B, which is shown in red, light red in this figure. Le'ali'i Parkway will also be improved, and the Hono'api'ilani Highway intersection will be improved also. Next. This is a figure showing the 181 lots for Le'ali'i 1B. Next. Next. And we can skip to the end, that's all.
So with that, if I could ask Michelle to share as we close a little bit about what's happening coming up on January 11th.
So January 11th, we have the Pu'uhana phase 2 orientation meeting. And then we're also looking at, you had seen some slides on the Hishinakula vacant lots. We're also looking at sharing more information at the orientation meeting about when we're gonna go out to offer those vacant lots, as well as the Pu'uhana vacant lots that was in phase 3. So I think there would be about a total of 36 vacant lots that we are looking to offer. But again, on January 11th, we'll have Pu'uhana phase 2 orientation meeting scheduled.
Thank you, Michelle. So commissioners, there's a lot of work that's happening on this island. We are also aggressively moving forward on finding additional funds to be able to assist us with numerous projects that are taking place throughout the island. And exciting things are coming up, especially with awarding of leases. And so that's something that we had shared yesterday as well as earlier today. We anticipate a number of different opportunities coming up throughout with Pu'uhana, Leali'i, Wailuku single family, Kamalani, and Wai'ehu Moka. So we thank you for the opportunity to share with you updates that are happening on the island of Maui. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Any questions on any of the projects? As you can see, there's a lot of activity on this island. I mean, a lot more than any other island. You know, for the governor, it was an emphasis on by him to focus in on Maui, especially with the wildfire, and that's what we've done. Close to 200 million of the 600 million is dedicated to this island. So, you know, any criticism of what we're doing is not warranted. We are doing a lot on this island. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, G1, for information only, the Maui water issues and projects update. Andrew Choi and Jonathan Schur. And this is just for information.
Aloha, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. With me today, I have Shri Ka'anana and Dr. Jonathan Mukeke Shoyer, who will walk us through this update.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Shri Ka'anana, the Water Program Specialist, and we'll be giving an update on Maui water projects. So in accordance with our water policy plan priority goal number 1, we are here to affirmatively communicate with beneficiaries regarding water decisions, performance, and water rights on a regional and annual basis. So we'll be giving an overview of the submittal, go over EMI, so the East Maui Irrigation System updates, talk about groundwater well policies and beneficiary interests, and end with the upcoming water law training. Next slide, thank you. So the submittal goes over our future water needs, which includes reservations and calculated water needs for our lands in Maui. It also goes over the East Maui Irrigation System updates, water meters for Pa'upena CDC, who we've been in conversation with, and then the other 2 that I mentioned previously. So we will be focusing on the 3 that are related in blue today. So some brief background on the East Maui Irrigation System, which I will be referring to as the EMI. It was formerly wholly owned by Alexander and Baldwin and developed in the 1820s. It diverts water from government lands and private lands across a 75-mile long network that goes through East Maui, Central, and Upcountry. It has a recorded average flow of 165 million gallons a day and up to 450 million gallons a day, and previously delivered to sugarcane operations, Maui DWS, and the Kula Agriculture Park. In 2016, A&D announced the closing of the plantation and afterwards sold 41,000 acres to Mahipono, a joint venture between Pomona Farming and Canada's Public Sector Pension Investment Board. The EMI is currently co-owned by A&B and Mahi Pono, and A&B is seeking a 30-year water license. This specific system has been subject to decades of controversy and litigation. So why are we interested in this? What does this have to do with us? Firstly, DHHL has an interest related to our water reservations in accordance with HRS 17158G. We have the right to water reservation. In 2020, we submitted a request to the Commission on Water Resource Management for an amount of about 11.5 million gallons of water a day. This has not yet been fully granted, and subsequently, we've been having quarterly meetings with relevant parties such as the Water Commission, Maui DWS, Mahi Pono, and the Native Hawaiian Legal Corporation about this. This is for our lands in Keokeo, Waiahuli, and Pulehunui. Additionally, we have an interest in traditional and customary rights, as historically the EMI has dewatered our lands at Kianai and Wailua Nui. Additionally, according to the Hawaii Constitution, Article 7, Section 1, we have a right to 30% of the water lease revenue. And then finally, due to the Maui County Charters Amendment, Section 8-19.21, Regional Community Boards, we have a seat on the East Maui Water Authority. So a bit of background on the East Maui Water Authority. It was established on November 9th in 2022. It was voted in by 64% of Maui voters, and it was created to acquire, manage, and control water collection and delivery systems with relevant staff in the Nahiku, Kianai, Honomanu, and Huela water license areas. So to contextualize this, the East Maui Water Authority is governed by the East Maui Regional Community Board, also known as Hawaii o Maui Hikina. So if you hear any of those terms, they have to do with each other, but it can be confusing sometimes. This is an alternative to the state issuing a long-term license to the EMI to a private party. It officially started in February of this year, and our water consultant, Jonathan Scheuer, is our current representative on this board. Due to this being the first designated seat for a representative of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, we held a beneficiary consultation to determine the process for selecting a representative when there is a vacancy. We went over qualifications of a nominee, what the reporting requirements would look like, what the notification procedure should be, and the selection process itself. The recording is on our website. If you also just type in East Maui Water Authority selection process, it should pop right up. Comments will be accepted until November 27th at our dhl.planning@hawaii.gov email. A beneficiary consultation report will be brought to the commission next month. Over the last 2 months, the East Maui irrigation system has had significant public attention and controversy. On September 20th, the Board of Land and Natural Resources released their agenda, stating that they wanted to bring forward an item to issue a water license for the EMI and subsequently hold a contested case hearing. We submitted testimony requesting a deferral. At the same time, the East Maui Water Authority also held a meeting on September 25th that was previously scheduled, where the chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources previously agreed to appear on to answer any questions by the board regarding BLNR's response letter from July regarding the East Maui Water Authority's desire to initiate a long-term water interest for the EMI. Additionally, at that meeting, public testimony was taken where a lot of people wanted a deferral for this item and also submitted 150 written pieces of testimony desiring deferral. So on On September 26, BLNR released a news release that announced the deferral of this item for their September 27th meeting, stating that it was to not only respect the newly established local water authority on Maui, but also to support Mayor Bisson's request to explore long-term partnership opportunities to address public and private interests. On November 1st, BLNR released another agenda with the item to hold a contested case hearing for the proposed disposition of a water license for the EMI. So once again, we've submitted testimony to them, and our chair and our representative represented us and provided oral testimony seeking opposition of this item. Additionally, public testimony was held and over 200 pieces of written testimony were submitted to the board in opposition of this item. At this meeting on November 8th, BLNR voted 5-2 to deny the action. We continue to monitor this item to make sure that both DHHL, the Hawaiian Home Commission, and our beneficiaries' interests are protected. So we're going to shift and talk about changes in the state's permitting process. To give some background for aquifers on our islands, there's two types of aquifers. The first is basal, which is fresh water that is floating on top of salt water, and deep and confined aquifers, which is a layer of confined fresh water that lies below that salt water. So it's a bit more complex. The Water Commission is in charge of well management across the Pai'aina, and they are the ones who set the boundaries and the sustainable yields for these aquifers. They generally do that with the assumption that ubiquitously they are basal aquifers, which misses out on unique characteristics and a kind of simplified calculation method. So there's no specific management or development strategies proposed yet for deep and confined aquifers. If someone wants to develop or install and replace a pump on any wells, then they have to submit a well construction pump installation permit. Until recently, those have only been reviewed by the Water Commission staff, and they don't necessarily require an analysis for public trust uses such as DHHL water reservations. And they don't provide a mechanism for us to review or be aware of these proposals. Only in water management areas, which you can see in the blue hatch lines and the black hatch lines, are water use permits required, and those do require public notice and an analysis of public trust purpose impacts. So since then, like before, there's minimal opportunity for due process previously. However, in December of 2023, the Water Commission brought forward an item to modify the existing delegation and reconsidered the delegated authority of CWRM staff and their chair to approve these well construction pump installation permits. On June 18th of this year, the Water Commission proposed further modifications, and DHHL requested deferral so that we may be consulted as well as a public trust use and as a water purveyor. We were able to meet with the Water Commission staff and go over two primary issues. The first was transparency, and the second is impacts on DHHL's rights. At their July meeting, they brought back this item where they included that delegation in aquifers where DHHL has a reservation. So instead, sending these to DHHL for additional review. While procedural guides are still needed for deep confined aquifers, this procedural change gives us an opportunity to participate in this process. Lastly, I'll be going over our upcoming water law training. In June of 2022, the Hawaii County Council proposed a charter amendment that would include a seat for a DHHL representative. Although that fell through and didn't survive a second reading, what that actually did do is it created significant conversation discussion around this, where DHHL beneficiaries proposed the idea of a water law training, where instead we train our beneficiaries on how to apply for, how to serve on, and how to be aware of these boards and commissions around water. So in collaboration with the Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law at the William S. Richardson School of Law at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, we've been holding these water law trainings with participants across the Pai'aina. And we've officially had someone from every island that has DHHL lands on it, so that's very exciting. We have had 4 cohorts completed, and our next training is anticipated for the spring of 2025. Thank you.
Any questions?
I just have,
Commissioner Neves?
I just have a question about the about the training. Is that on the website to apply for that training? Or how do they do that?
Aloha, Commissioner. So the training is done in partnership with Kahuliao. They've actually handled the sort of acceptance process. So as individuals have expressed an interest into the training, we send their emails. Kahuliao sends out notices. I will note there's a newer member of the commissioner who's gone through this training, who might want to comment on it, from who will be unnamed, but from the island of Molokai.
Yes, I was a student of that training and I liked it. There were 3 of us from our association that took that, and I'm glad I did. And we all approved the what you guys are doing, and hopefully the rest of the associations will be able to join in, because you learn a lot from this, like we did. So take advantage of it if you can. Thank you.
Yeah, let me also add, that experience I went through with the DLNR, the application with Mahipono, for a license, it was like I got training too. I'm somewhat familiar with the laws, but just going through it and recognizing the entitlements and our rights to water is paramount. It's above the commercial. It's above the public, I think, personally, especially private development. And that's something that we need to protect. We also need to educate, and that's why these training sessions, as well as the fact that Jonathan puts on these classes, and they're available to all our beneficiaries, the different associations. I would really recommend that if you have an opportunity, do attend, because Dr. Schur is an expert in the area, and he's very easy to understand. He can really, and it empowers our people, especially as we move forward on our developments, because without the water, we can't do development. And that's, so important. But we also have to recognize we're in competition with a lot of other people that are trying to do development, including existing users. You have the hotels, you have the coffee plantations, you have all kind of other competing uses that they're going after it. And unless we assert our rights and our entitlements, we're going to lose it. And we're going to continue to have these large this large wait list. It's not going to go down, especially if we can't do these developments. And we're having challenges right now in some of our projects where we don't have enough water. And so when we go to the different boards of water supply in the different counties, some of those guys, and I hate to publicly say this, but they don't appreciate the law, as well as the fact that we're part of the state constitution that mandates the state, which includes the counties, that they assist us and support us in their fiduciary capacity. And that, with respect to water, is paramount. So, I thank you, Dr. Schur, as well as Chris, everybody else, including Andrew, for all the guys for all the work you guys do on that. So, thank you. Any other comments or questions, or would you like to say something?
If I may, Chair, just really briefly. So I actually, much of what you said or echoes what I want to say. There's a lot of detailed, important information, but detailed information in Cherie's presentation, which she's come to master. The 3 main points for me are, first of all, the future of the East Maui irrigation system is critical to this trust. we will not be able to reasonably develop our lands, our 6,000 acres at Keokea Waiahuli, or our hundreds of acres in Pulehu Nui without water from that system. And I hope I do not get in trouble with you for saying this publicly, Chair, though you testified publicly. It is difficult in all administrations, and this administration is no exception, for a head of one department to publicly speak against a proposed action from another department, but Chair Watson did so at the BLNR meeting with great delicateness and respect to the role of Chair Chang, but clearly asserted that we could not be in agreement because it was going to harm the rights of the beneficiaries. And I think that was one of the things, along with the leadership of council members, legislators, and the strong leadership of Mayor Bisson, that led to the 5-2 vote. The motion made, incidentally, by former Hawaiian Homes Commissioner and now Board of Land Natural Resources member Pua Kanto, that 4 members joined her on. So that's one of the most critical things. Second critical thing, and like, how do water permits work and how does groundwater work? The main point of that second point that Cherie was talking about is for us to be able to even know what's happening that might affect our future water rights, we only have the advantages and strengths in a designated area until now. Also, outside of designated areas, which is most of the state, including most of our lands, we couldn't barely know what was happening. We've actually succeeded in advocating in front of the Water Commission for a much more public process that gives the beneficiaries and the department the right to comment when around the state groundwater is being developed in a way that could harm our future interests now, for immediate housing, and in the future. And then the third one is just in terms of how we do the rights, our senior rights that Chair Watson talked about, that we have on paper but don't always get respected on the ground. We have been most successful over the years, and actually led by Molokai, and now more recently by Maui, when we've been shoulder to shoulder with the beneficiaries. When it's just the department advocating, sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. When it's just the beneficiaries, sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. When it's been the department and the beneficiaries shoulder to shoulder saying, okay, state, here is your kuleana. That's when the major victories, whether it's against Molokai Ranch or others, we've really succeeded. And that's why this training, which is fortunately, don't be scared, it's not just me teaching, it's actually the faculty at Kahuliao, and I just give a couple of the lectures, but is really important for uplifting our lahui, and I think will get us that water we need now for these projects that we have in the pipeline, where some of which are not, we don't have sufficient water for, as well as for water and land and homesteading long into the future. So mahalo for letting me say a little bit more.
Yeah, and keep up the good work, as well as Sherry. Learn from this guy.
It's a Kako thing, sincerely. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo nui for participating. Tonight's DHHL community meeting will be at the King Kekauliki High School cafeteria at 121 Kula Highway, Kukalani, Hawaii, 96768, starting at 6:30. Mahalo to the Paukukalo Homestead Association and Palpena CDC for coordinating dinner. And so we are recessed until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.